Hey, what's up? Hey, hey, hey. This is your girl, Nicole Reloaded. And we loaded up with another video. So I was watching the news and, oh, Lord, on CNN popped up that scientists has discovered a first new HIV strand since 2000. Okay. So it's been 19 years since there's been a new strand. Now, I've been trying to research this, but they're also saying that, okay, it's not a new strand. So I'm like, why would one news station state that there is a new strand of HIV and then say, well, it's because of how it shows up in the blood? Now, anybody that's been on, YouTube, that goes in a conscious community and connects themselves with the health channels that want to provide themselves with knowledge, they'll know what I'm referencing to. Okay. There was a caller on several different shows that were calling out, especially in the African American community, that was talking about this superbug. Now, it's going to take a lot more research to find out. Now, this superbug is basically where people were going to the doctor and they were contracting a form of an STD that antibiotics was not curing. And they were getting very, very sick. Okay. And I'm wondering and pondering, does this new HIV strand, or not new strand, what they're saying, because they like to flip and twist words and stuff on us. That's why we need to read. We need to read so we can educate ourselves. So knowledge is power. Okay. It's really important that we come together as a community and speak about these important topics. Now, I hope that YouTube sent out some notifications. Okay. Now, I also want you guys to know that PrEP. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay. PrEP has a lawsuit, and I don't know, call me a conspiracy theorist. But I don't know. Could PrEP have something to do, with this new strand? I hope that it doesn't. I am not a doctor. I'm not a medical physician. I'm just talking as a human being, okay? All right, now the U.S. sues Gilead, claiming it owns HIV PrEP patients. The Department of Health and Human Services is suing Gilead Science over the patient rights to Truvada, the HIV prevention drug better known as PrEP. Okay, so apparently they must change the name to PrEP to Truvada. It says the Department of Health and Human Services is suing Gilead Sciences over the patient's right to Truvada, Gilead's HIV prevention drug, better known as PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis. PrEP is a pill taken once a day that is 99% effective at preventing HIV transmission, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Okay, the lawsuit filed Wednesday in the U.S. District Court for the District of Delaware alleges that the CDC researchers began studying the preventive use of HIV treatment drugs like, Tavor or TDF. The FTC and the two compounds in Truvada tablets as early as 1998 before Gilead sought a patent. Crucially, the lawsuit alleges that the government owns PrEP patents for both Truvada and Descovy, which is DESCOVY. Gilead's next generation PrEP approved last month, setting up the possibility that both HIV prevention drugs could see drastic price reductions. HHS recognized Gilead's role in selling Truvada and Descovy to patients for prevention of HIV. Communities have put these drugs to use in saving lives and reducing the spread of HIV. HHS Secretary Alex M. Azar II said in a statement. However, Gilead must respect the U.S. patent system. The groundbreaking work by CDC researchers and the substantial taxpayer contributions to the development of these drugs. The complaint filed today seeks to ensure they do so. Okay, so this is the U.S. sues Gilead, complaint owns HIV patent. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that's going on with this drug, PrEP and Truvada. Okay, now we have a new strand. Okay, it says scientists discover first new HIV strand since 2000. Also, too, PrEP has there's a lawsuit against PrEP. Okay. Class action lawsuit against the HIV medication PrEP. Now, shout out to No Salt BP. We've done over here on my channel, and also had No Salt BP has discussed about this drug. Okay. Now, let me bring this up for you guys, if you just bear with me. I really, truly appreciate the Bush people, and especially the people that are going to watch back on the replay. I know this is not a topic that a lot of us like to discuss. It's really emotional. How you doing, baby? The real Aaron Collins. Hey, that's my love bug right there. How you doing, babe? I would love for you to call in if you can. I'm talking about Truvada, PrEP, the lawsuit, and the new strand to HIV. And it's a lot of word playing games that's going on with it, because they're making it seem, hold on, let me pull up the lawsuit really quick. Once again, you're watching your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we're loaded up with another video. Hush, 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 baby. Hush, Shaka. What's wrong, baby? I wonder, now this, like I'm saying, this is Nicole Reloaded conspiracy theory, possibly, okay? Can you see that on the screen, my brother? Can you see it? God bless you. God bless you. Look, honey, if it's 2,975 people in the chat, don't nobody argue with one another, okay? Now, we love our drama. We love our beefs. But this is a very important conversation that needs to be had, that there is a new strand out there to the HIV since 1999. We need to discuss this, okay? I can't concern myself about clicks and views. This is very, very important. Are you able to read it? You can see it a little. Okay, let me see if I can draw it in. I got it. Can you see that it says, let me see. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Can you read it now? Okay. I made it real big now. And let me highlight it and see if that helps. Uh-oh. Go back up, babe. Come on, computer. All right. Let's see if this helps. Okay, Truvada Prep with TDF lawsuit. Now, these lawsuits have been pending. I've been discussing this on my channel and also watching Walter Lee Hampton. He's discussed about HIV and how we need to take care of our bodies and how we need to protect ourselves. There's a lot of people, unfortunately, that are being affected by, HIV. You do not have to be, gay or a homosexual. It's affecting heterosexual women, women that are married, African American women, Latino women, Caucasian women. This is not a single individual's disease. Okay, you said, okay. All right. Well, Aaron, if are you aware about what I'm discussing today? Once again, you're listening to your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we're just talking about HIV, trying to present to the people, my people, about HIV awareness. Welcome to Nicole Reloaded. There's been a lot of stuff that's been going on YouTube as well. Please be sure, if you are dealing with depression or any suicidal thoughts, please contact the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK, TALK, or at 1-800-273-8225 to be connected to a trained counselor. Please do not be afraid to speak out. We're all going through things. Don't be afraid. You are not alone. And I think if we empower ourselves with knowledge and educate ourselves about these diseases that are coming upon our people, we could do a lot better in our decision making. That's one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why I'm celibate. I don't want to catch HIV. Now, this Truvada, please just speak to your doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nurse. This is just my opinion. Okay. Now, the Truvada Prep with TDF lawsuit. Okay. New medicines that hit the market in the 1990s and 2000s have made the difference between life and death for many people affected by HIV and AIDS. HIV medicines like nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, or NRTIS, have turned a virus who diagnosed once meant certain death into a manageable chronic condition. Now, forgive me, y'all, if I stumble over these medical terms. Once again, I am not a medical doctor. In 2004, a new drug came to market that could help treat HIV-positive adults in combination with other HIV medications like the NRTIS. The drug called Truvada PrEP with TDF is now approved to protect HIV-negative individuals forever from, I said forever, from ever contracting the virus, and was recently approved to protect teens who test negative for HIV. When used as protection instead of treatment, it's called Truvada for pre-exposure prophylaxis or PrEP. Now, do you see what that says? When used as protection instead of treatment. Let me say this again. When used as protection instead of treatment. It's called Truvada for pre-exposure prophylaxis or PrEP. Though the drug has helped treat and protected some people from HIV infections, it has been potentially harmful to others. Truvada with TDF, like other HIV medicines, can put some people at an increased risk for dangerous side effects. It's essential for people looking to take Truvada with TDF or other similar medications for HIV prevention to understand all of the risks associated with the drug, so they can make informed decisions when taking with their healthcare provider. People who began treatment with the drug and developed severe health conditions are now filing lawsuits against the drug manufactured Gilead Sciences Inc. The lawsuit accuses Gilead of manufacturing a defective product and not informing the public of the potential risks associated with the prescription. If you took Truvada PrEP with TDF and developed severe kidney problems, you may qualify for the Truvada lawsuit. Okay, now let me take a breath. Now, if you look and see, I done did something. I'm always doing something. This is something that hits very dear to my heart. HIV is not a game. I've lost people. And known people that have lost people that have passed away, that ended up contracting this disease because they ended up losing their minds because they didn't think that society would accept them, that they would never find love. I've never been afraid or scared about HIV in the sense of befriending, loving on someone, hugging or kissing someone with HIV or AIDS. You don't contract it that way. Knowledge is power. There's a young girl, I can't think of her name. I grew up with her. She was the face to HIV and AIDS. Her sister name was Brianna. And I grew up with her. So I experienced knowing about the disease at a very, very young age. And what is her name? I feel so bad. I'm getting old, y'all. But you remember the little girl that went on Oprah? Pretty little black girl. And she also met Magic Johnson. Her. If somebody can drop out the bushes and let me know what her name is. I can't think of it right now, but I'm following her on Instagram and everything. She's still here. She's still with us. She's living a good life, but her Her sister name was Brianna. I'm not gonna say her last name because I don't want nobody to go and stalk her. But Brianna, if you hear this, it could be Brianna. I might be saying her name. Raheem, 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 Raheem. Now I'm trying to let y'all know that there's a new strand out here, okay, to HIV, and y'all need to protect yourself. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to get y'all to realize is that I read you a lawsuit by ABC. I believe it was ABC News. It was a news channel, a lucrative news channel. Okay. Then I go over to the lawyer's office that is suing the same company. US sues Gilead, okay, claiming it owns HIV. So now they're trying to argue over a patent, but they're not discussing. Okay, Raheem, don't get punched in the face. Your dang gonna fall off. And be careful what you say down in the chat because I do want my video monetized. Don't get beat, Raheem. Okay. And where's my damn my cash app before I whoop you? Okay. All right. Raheem know I love him, but he needs to get beat. Okay. Now my brother says, Aaron says, you're right, Nicole. Knowledge is power for real. When I lived in Chicago, I used to be an HIV peer educator with the American Red Cross. My brother, if you please could call, can you call in back? Hold on. There is a connection here, y'all. There is a connection going on with this patent, allegedly. There is a connection. I'm telling you, there is no such thing as coincidences. And then you got the lawsuit. Now, what y'all need to know too, that what this is causing, okay, to the body, is not just as well as kidney, okay, kidney issues. It's causing brittle bones, okay. Let me put it right here. I hope that y'all can see that. Several severe conditions reported in people taking HIV medications like Truvada Prep with TDF. The drug can cause kidney problems, including kidney failure and bone problems. Other more common side effects include abdominal pain, headache, weight loss, diarrhea, nausea, tiredness, dizziness, depression, problems sleeping, abnormal dreams, and rash. Now, there's been a heightened Leighton, hi Chopper Dog. Hey Chopra. We got Chopper Dog. We got Chopra. We got Chopper Dog. We got Chopra. We got Chopper Dog. We got Chopra. Oh Chopra. Chopper Dog. Welcome to the chat. Oh yes. When you holler at your girl Nicole Reloaded and we connect, honey, you get your own little song by Nicole. Okay. And I've been doing this for a long time. Okay. Ain't that right? Chopper Dog. All right, so let me open the phone lines. Now, my sister Chopper Dog, okay, I would like to know, are you aware that it's just been told on the news within the last few days that there's a new strand? Shut up, hush your mouth. Shut up. Is it somebody evil in the room? Oh, Lord, Chocolate. Oh, Lord, she's somebody evil up in the bushes. What you got to say, Chocolate? Okay. So anyway, I'm going to call the line too, baby. Hold on. I'm just one person. But what I was going to say is that there is a new strand to HIV. And when they dropped it on the news, now they trying to twist it and flip things like it ain't never, like they ain't never said it. Okay. So forgive me if it don't sound like I know what I'm talking about. I didn't save the links. I thought they would be there, and now some of them are gone. Okay. Now, the new HIV, they said that this is a new strand since 1999. But one of the other articles, okay, I called in Aaron. One of the other articles that I read stated that it's not a new strand. It's how when you get your blood work done, that the strand has been around for a very, very long time. It's not new. It's been here, but the way when they do your blood, it shows up different. Either it was here or it was not. Either it's new or it's not. Like the Bible says, either you hot or you cold. If you not, I will spew you out of my mouth. Come on now, people. Help your sister out. Okay? Now I know that this conversation might be boring, but look, protect your body. Protect your body. Okay? You need to protect yourself. Okay? Now PrEP, hush them out. Now PrEP is not just it's a prevention drug. Okay? It's a prevention. So just think about it. When Truvada came out, people thought if they just take it, they were still being sexually, it even increased allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Freaky deaky. You know what I'm saying? Going on. And it's like people forgot that there was still trichomonas, herpes, syphilis. A lot of people don't even know that syphilis made a comeback. It made a comeback down in Las Vegas, down in Nevada. Y'all got to read about this kind of stuff. We kissing people in the mouth, shaking their hand. They got rashes and shit, and you don't even know. You go to brush your hair, or you lay your purse down, and they got all this stuff all on them. I'm not saying to be afraid of people or anything like that. I'm just saying be aware. We in the last days. Why you think all these people going crazy? Okay. They upset, they mad, they angry. We losing beautiful brothers and sisters, young people to suicide. People gaining astronomical amounts of weight, can't lose weight, can't think right. It's something behind all of this. All of this got something to do with something. And please forgive me, I'm not saying this or being in judgment of anybody, but there's something that's going on. Okay, especially like this article here. They didn't say, they said when PrEP first came out, because they didn't, at first it was called PrEP, now it's Truvada. They keep flipping stuff back and forth. When it first came out, okay, if y'all know anything about the drug, they were saying there was barely no side effects. Now look at all the side effects. How is a 40-year-old man going to need hip replacement and knee replacement? This drug is causing people's bones to break down and become soft, like they're late 70s, 80-year-old people. It's affecting bone density in people. Now they're fighting over the patent. Okay, the U.S. is suing Gilead. Why are they suing them? See, we got to go more in depth. I'm not coming here like I know everything. I'm just bringing the conversation to the floor, the topic to the floor. We need to talk about this. And please thumbs up this video so God can bless me and you too. Thumbs it up for your sister. Okay? Now, Aaron, are you still there? Hello? Hello? Aaron, did you call in? Did Aaron get cut off? Okay, we have caller 5. We have a caller anonymous. And we also have another caller on the line. Anonymous caller, go ahead. Welcome to Nicole Reloaded. Hello? Okay, hold on really quick. I think, unfortunately, I might have gotten disconnected. Hold on, caller 5396. This is a topic that we need to talk about. We like to have our good times. We like to party like rock stars. We like to roast and gag. But, you know, when we go out and get our kicking on, this is very important to discuss, okay? There's something else that I'm going to bring up for you guys too as well. Now, I did a video a couple of days ago about a young lady that, hush up chocolate, about HIV, and she tattooed HIV on her pelvis. All right, please do me a favor and turn me down in the back, babe. Yes, I can hear you now. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, Queen. I missed you.
I miss you too, baby. I'm sorry my Wi-Fi and stuff was turned off. They trying to charge me an arm and a leg, babe.
I know it. I mean, man, these companies and something else, ain't they?
Man, highway robbery.
I mean, they trying to get rich off of people who barely got any money. Man, that sounds kind of ass backwards right there.
Oh yeah.
They shooting themselves in the foot, really.
Yes, they are. As soon as I can find a way to reduce this bill, but if not, you know, it's too high, and they know it's too high.
Yeah. So it's a new strain of HIV. Yeah. Wow.
Yes, and I'm trying to find, it's like it was there. I should have saved the article, and it's like it kind of disappeared. They're trying to dumb it down now. Like they didn't say it was new or something. But I'm sure it's somewhere on here. But I do know that the drug PrEP, okay, has been causing people to have serious medical issues, especially with bone density. It's making their bones soft, kidney issues, making people that take it, making them think that they have Crohn's disease or irritable bowel syndrome, things like that.
Wow. Yeah, it sounds like some really serious stuff right there. You know, people really should, like you said, should seek medical assistance, medical advice. If they have a doctor, they should definitely look into that.
They need to look into it ASAP.
None of us here are medical professionals. I know I'm not.
Neither am I.
So bottom line, I'm just really speaking out of opinion, and not out of a fact. Out of opinion and out of compassion for people.
Right. And I'm not afraid to talk about and discuss HIV, herpes, AIDS, syphilis, trichomonas, any of those type of things. And I did, hush, these dogs is tripping.
You know what? Each one teach one. And like I was saying, when I lived in Chicago, this was back in 93 or 94. But yeah, I was an HIV AIDS peer educator with the Mid-America chapter of the American Red Cross. And basically, people really what you said is key. Knowledge really is power. People think you can contract HIV just from touching someone.
Right.
No, you don't get it from touching somebody. You don't get it from touching doorknobs or anything like that. AIDS is not transmitted through the air either. It's actually HIV. It's actually transmitted through bodily fluids, sexual intercourse. In some cases, it's even been transported through the breast milk to a baby by an infected mother. So you know, you can't get it by sitting on toilet seats, anything like that. Any of these other wives' tales that people have. So But yeah, it would behoove you to educate yourself, though. I mean, and people just sexing it up like it's going out of style. Now, this is where I get into. This is where I'm bringing my faith. I first of all believe in one man, one woman, one husband, one wife, and being married. So.
Right. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to bring this in. Now, like I said, I did a video the other day about a woman that tattooed HIV on HIV on her pelvis, and we were having a discussion. Me, number one SP. Shout out to my awesome moderator. Okay, that brother. Oh, we have some good conversations. We trying to teach the people, brother. Let me see if I can find a part of it. And he said that he thought that she was, okay, here it is right here. Let me bring it up a little bit. I don't know if y'all can hear it. And no sound. There's no sound. But that's, if y'all can see it on the screen, it says woman tattoos HIV on her pelvis. What do you think about that?
Wait, she tattooed it on her own pelvis?
She went to a tattoo artist and she tattooed HIV on her pelvis. Tattoo artist and she tattooed. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Chopper Doll. Thank you, baby, for stopping by, baby.
I mean, it's her body, true enough, but
why is it no salt now?
I guess word of mouth wasn't good enough for her.
Well, she said that she did that to be able to. I was just talking about No Salt. Thank you, sis. Something is going on. This is strange. No Salt was a moderator. I don't know why. And it's not letting me add her. I'll do it later, No Salt. But No Salt, I'm wondering, are you aware that there is a new strand to HIV, but now they're trying to state that it's not a new strand, that that this strand has already been out there? Because they put it all over the news, and then when I go and look and come back, when you read the articles, they're saying that the strand is not a new strand. Aaron, can you talk to the people for me real quick? I got to take care of something.
Yeah. So who we have there? We got Chupacabra Doll, No Salt, Raheem Brown. Yeah, and all the people in the bushes, welcome. What's going on? So yeah, HIV, AIDS, first of all, HIV, for those of you who don't know, HIV is the beginning symptoms of AIDS. It takes about, I believe, 5 to 7 years for HIV to become full-blown AIDS. And during the process, it's not necessarily a death sentence, but you do need to keep yourself healthy. You do need to keep yourself, strong. You need to take certain medications and things like that. I actually have a friend who is actually living with the virus, and it's, people think that once you have it, you start looking bony and scraggly. No, that's not the case. Actually, it's quite the opposite. You can see people that have the virus and can look and be perfectly fine, perfectly healthy. It doesn't begin to break down until further on down in the end result. So AIDS is actually the end result of HIV. But like I was saying before, while you have it, you just have to take care of yourself. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself healthy, keep yourself up, keep your spirits up.
Thank you, No Salt BP. Let me mention this again. This live stream is not meant for diagnosis purposes. We are just sharing information and sharing, knowledge from experience and opinion only in reading articles.
Exactly.
Okay, I would love if No Salt could call in. She knows so much about so much information. teaching us how to eat healthy. You know, when I get a chance too, I'm gonna hit you up, No Salt, because I need her to help me to get me on a diet with food, because I got Crohn's disease, and when you have Crohn's disease, it causes you to feel like you're really hungry, even though you're not, and you have indigestion, you know, really bad. So you're hungry, but you don't want to eat, and it causes a lot of problems. Okay, but yeah, shout out to No Salt BP.
How did you contract Crohn's disease?
Huh?
How did you contract it?
All I know is that one day I went to go and eat, and I ended up getting severe. I was hospitalized. They diagnosed me with ulcerative colitis. Oh, they told me the medication naproxen messed up the lining in my intestines and digestive system. It was naproxen.
He could probably, I'm not giving legal advice, but
I think it's too late. It might be too late. You was gonna say sue him, huh?
I was saying if you thought about seeking any kind of legal action, yeah.
Okay. No Salt said, please put the number up there. Okay, there you go. I don't know why No Salt. Maybe because No Salt, she's oh, I know why, because she's a moderator on my other two channels, and this channel was down. I'm like, why in the hell she not? No, she my moderator. I need my No Salt one, especially when we talk about health and education. Once again, this is your girl Nicole Reloaded. We have Aaron Collins on the line, and we're just discussing HIV and AIDS awareness, protection against STDs, health and awareness to take care of yourself, mind, body, and soul. Please contact your primary care doctors, especially with this. I'm gonna have to switch the screen. Okay, wait, did I get a beep? Do we have somebody else? Is that you?
That's me.
Oh, okay.
That's me. That's the one trying to contact me.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you're fine, babe. Okay. So anyway, but what I was saying is, I just have this I don't know, this kind of crazy theory. Like I said, I'm not a doctor or anything. It just makes me really wonder about that superbug that they have been discussing the last couple of years, that antibiotics could not cure. And it was down on the West Coast too as well, that it could not. Hello. Hi.
Oh.
Hi, No Salt.
Hi. What's up, Salt? Hey, what's up with you, guy? How's it going?
It's going awesome, especially now that we got No Salt BP on the line. Y'all better show respect.
I'm a registered nurse, and I've been a registered nurse for 30 years, so let's get it.
Okay, get into it.
I like that.
Yes, she has. No Salt, hold on real quick. I wanted to tell you this. I did go to the doctor because she got on me. She gave me a comment in capital letters, and she said, you better go to your doctor, Nicole. I'm not playing with you. She didn't have to say it 1,000 times, and I did.
You don't want to play with that, because once they start cutting that colon is surgery after surgery after surgery, so you don't want to do that. You
right.
want to be on top of it.
Yep. They gave me a new indigestion medicine. I haven't taken it yet, but we'll talk about that later. We're talking about, HIV awareness, Truvada in a new strand. Are you aware of this new strand? Is the strand new from your knowledge? What can you tell us?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What happened, it has happened with many retroviruses, which HIV is a retrovirus. So I'm going to break this down to you. First of all, this is not for diagnostic purposes. This is for educational purposes only. So with HIV, it is a retrovirus. It is a normal building block to healthy cell growth.
is DNA and RNA protein synthesis. In a retrovirus, it goes from RNA is the virus, DNA, which is what we have in our body, to protein synthesis. This is also what happens in cancer. So it's called reverse transcriptase. I hope I'm not talking in a way that people don't understand, because I want everyone to understand this. HIV and cancer, they're both retroviruses. I see what's going on with the PrEP. There are many side effects with PrEP. Kidney problems, kidney failure, your bone density decreases. You know, they're not as strong. They may become weakened. Weight loss, diarrhea, nausea, tiredness. Yeah, that's all part of the course. So is there anything that you would want me to know? Or, people are leaving. What happened?
Because a real boss got on here. Okay. That's a registered nurse. But they gonna watch on the replay, because the drama channel's then popped up. You know HIV.
They don't want to hear nothing about no education, but anytime they hear a bunch of black people dragging each other, they hear black men dragging black women or black women dragging black men, they're all here.
Say it louder for the people in the back, and I'm so tired of that. We need to educate ourselves. You know, we need to. I prefer, not me, because I don't like to say the word me, but I prefer that we educate ourselves on what's happening in the community. We know that HIV is rampant throughout the United States. We also know that Black women have been for years the highest growing rate of HIV infection. So when I saw this pop up, I said, okay, I'm going here. This is what's going on.
Right. Well, I love you, No Salt, because look, I really do love you, sis. I really do, with all my heart. You've given me a lot of support. You know what I'm trying to do in regards to sharing my, you know what I'm saying, my medical, walk, and trying to heal my body and get myself better. I don't have a problem with exposing my medical tea if it can help someone else, especially the younger generation. And help it, and they don't want to, but if I was on here dragging somebody and saying FUB and and you mother, and throwing stuff across the floor and slobbing at the mouth, I guess that, we would have a whole bunch of views. But I appreciate that you didn't leave me because of the, the other stuff that's going on. No disrespect to the beef sector or any of that, but this is.
I don't know what's going on, because a lot of the nonsense, yes, I've seen it, but do I have an opinion on it? No.
Right.
It's just not. It's not my stilo. It's not my line. I'm educational, and I've even told people, when you come over to my channel, we're about education, prevention, we're about education and prevention.
Right.
That's all I do over here. And like yourself, for me, I educate people on not eating without salt, the importance of that. And like you, on your channel, you're talking about awareness of safe practices to prevent HIV infection.
Right. Yep. And I'm also trying to let people know from medications that I have tried, to let them know that they need to educate themselves on what they're ingesting and putting into their bodies, so they don't end up with something that they didn't have before. So I'm glad that Aaron asked me. He said, how did you end up with Crohn's disease? A lot of people have asked me that, but not actually asked me that online in public. in view of a bunch of people listening. And I kind of was about to throw them off and say, no, it's just because the way I ate. But actually, no, the reason why I got it was because I was taking the Proxen. I don't know if it's too late to sue him, but I think it might be too late. But I was taking the Proxen for inflammation.
Right, it's an anti-inflammatory drug. I know a lot of people have taken the Proxen and stuff, and what happens with the Proxen, because it's an anti-inflammatory, it's in the colon. What happens is that it removes that protective lining.
Right.
And once that lining is removed,
it don't come back.
It makes you more sensitive. Hey, Max. Good. How are you, dear? How's mine? Good.
Hi. What are you referring to?
The lining in the colon. There's a protective lining there. When you begin to take things like aspirin, naproxen, ibuprofen, the more it's like a trade-off.
Yes.
Some populations need those anti-inflammatory drugs to decrease inflammation. However, the trade-off is that it may produce a side effect that you don't want.
I wish I would have known it.
That it will destroy the protective
lining
in the colon.
And what
matters?
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. No salt.
Ibuprofen, even if it's an aspirin.
Yep.
The more you take it, the more that lining can be in certain people, not all.
Not all.
It can be destroyed.
And it's destroyed in my body.
People develop gastrointestinal problems.
Yep.
And Crohn's disease, unfortunately, is one of them.
Yep. Yep. GERD.
GERD.
Something new.
Yeah, irritable bowel, and you don't have to have, and you know, and you don't have to have anal, intimacy for this to happen to you. Because somebody was like, oh, it's because you was having a whole bunch of anal sex and your ex was a HOE is the reason why you ended up with that. You probably got the HIV or something. I said, wow, that's just real nasty. Can you believe, somebody would say something like that?
And then folks want to brag about that sort of thing too. Talk about they eat ass and all that stuff. And okay, I don't want to know about all that. Keep that in your bedroom with your partner.
Yeah, but go ahead, no salt, because I know she's a busy woman and she's so knowledgeable, and I'm so glad to see her channel growing. The stuff that the stuff that no salt and what she cooks. Oh my goodness. I'm like, I can't be watching you at night, no salt. I get up and want to start. I was getting up about to fry me some chicken.
Because my goodness, when I get that chicken sandwich, that Popeye chicken sandwich, oh my goodness. It was like every time I prepared the sandwich, I ate the sandwich.
I said no salt gonna come back over here. She gonna have a chicken growing out of her. That sandwich looks so good she made. And then how you put the effects there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Nicole.
No, go ahead, honey.
Okay, I mean, apparently these Popeyes chicken sandwiches are still causing controversy. You heard the latest. A man got killed over a chicken sandwich and found out that the man that was killed, he was cutting the line, even though that doesn't warrant him losing his life. But still, people are still losing their mind over this sandwich.
But what is in that sandwich that's causing? It's deeper than that. It wasn't just a sandwich, in my opinion. See, it's some psychological stuff that's going on.
Right.
You can even you see it not just on YouTube, it's in real life. There's some psychological, and all we got to do is go to the Bible now. It's telling us that, we in the last days. We don't know how long these days might be for. It might be even 20,000 years from now. But it says what? Mother against daughter against mother, son against father. What's right, you know what I'm saying, is now wrong. It's all over the place. And if you try to stand up and say anything about standing up for justice, unification, not separation, you're boring, you're corny. They don't want to hear. I'm sure it wasn't that chicken sandwich. It was because he felt entitled to get what he wanted. It's the you know what I call it, y'all? I call it the microwave syndrome. Instant. You want it now.
All right.
Yep.
You want it now. You want everything now. Give it to me now. Don't nobody sit down and write letters to nobody. And I don't know what the people gonna do when we get that whole blackout and you can't use your phone. And YouTube is also under fire. What they gonna do if YouTube lose this lawsuit, this international lawsuit? They ain't talking about that neither. They talking about over it on the Caucasian side sector of YouTube. What they gonna do? YouTube is gonna be shutting down, and the channels that will be left is like No Salt, Sean Bradley, because he done moved over. You know what I'm saying? These beef sectors are not gonna be lasting long. You can't be talking mess about people and have your kids in the background. They're gonna turn off your. They're gonna turn off your comment box. Girl, don't get me started. Please don't get me started.
Well, you know what? I in all fairness, I just no. I love Sean Bradley. I'm one of his Patreon people.
I love Sean Bradley.
It's fair that we should discuss him or anyone else that is not in this live stream at all. That is one of my rules on my channel.
Okay.
That I do not allow the dragging of any content creator. I don't allow opinions of any content creator because that to me is.
Oh, okay. So you said not even any opinions or anything. Well, I don't want anybody taking it twisted. I wasn't saying anything negative about Sean Bradley. I love him. But you're right. But go ahead. Teach me something.
Because if a person is not there to respond or defend themselves, it just, to me, is not fair to discuss them. So I'm not going to discuss them. Next subject, please. What would you like to know about this retrovirus? What would you like to know about the PrEP? What would you like to know about prevention? Because that's where I am. I'm not in the beef sector. I'm not going to get in the beef sector.
Amen.
And that's that.
No, I understand.
Nobody comes to me, and I'm not coming to them.
I know that's right. No, you're 100%. No Salt. Wait, hold.
No Salt. The best thing you could actually do is just simply ignore the person because that makes them feel. It takes all their power away that they try to come for you, and you just simply don't acknowledge them. You basically just tell them that they don't even exist.
No Salt. No, she's.
It's not that they don't exist. It's more of a matter of.
She's right.
Everyone's entitled to whatever opinion they have or may have or whatever, but I'm just not out here. My content is to educate and help people, and I just don't think it helps other people when we are. If I decided to drag somebody, it doesn't help anything.
It doesn't.
Doing for the community, we need to start looking at our community as a whole. We have a lot of issues in our community. We need to talk about the issues of why is the rate of HIV infection after all this education and PSAs are out here. Why are Black women still being affected at the highest rate?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you.
About the substance abuse problem. Let's talk about the PrEP issue.
Right.
Let's really stay on topic and help our community, and we're not doing it.
No, you're right. You're right.
Being done.
You're right. let's get back on topic. The only reason why I said that was because it just seems that, well, no, I'm sorry, I'm getting twisted. I'm trying to read something. Is because you can see that there's being a transition in different YouTubers to where they want to transition themselves. And that's basically what I was going to say. But you're right. We do need to stay on topic. And what I want to know, no salt, what I need to know, what is up with this new strand that they come out and say it's a new strand, but it's not a new strand. What is that?
Well, look at it like the flu virus. Look at it like this. You know, the flu virus, whenever you get the flu shot every year, you get an attenuated virus because, you know what? Virus mutate. Viruses change. And just like the flu is a virus, just like herpes is a virus, so does HIV. I mean, when I started in nursing over 30 years ago, the virus that I was introduced to, that we learned, it mutated probably 1,000 to 10,000 times. It's not the same virus. And that's why, because when a virus jumps in another person's body, and based upon their immune system and what they've been exposed to, that virus is going to mutate to something else. But you know what? Whenever that person gets an exposure via a needle stick at work, via sexual contact or intercourse, it's going to mutate when it goes to that next person. It's going to change because whatever, say you and I have been exposed to the flu virus. How that flu virus treats you will be very different than it treats me because we're two different people. It'll be based upon DNA. It will be based upon exposure to other viruses. It'll be based on many factors, even genetics.
Even genetics.
So does that make sense? And if I'm not making sense, please let me know because I know I'm in healthcare. So if that doesn't make sense, just say, okay, slow down, dial it back, break it down.
No, it makes. Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, no salt. A friend of mine, when PrEP came out, how long? It's been out, almost 9-10 years? When I seen the commercial about it, and I heard about it through a doctor of mine, God rest her soul. I came home and he came to visit me, and I said, baby, please take this. He is a gay male. And you know what he told me? He said, it's not that I don't want to, protect myself or anything. He says, I've done research on this drug, and this was just his opinion. He says there's something wrong with it because they keep writing up that there's very minimal side effects. There's no drug that I've ever seen that has very to no minimal side effects. He said something's wrong with that. He said, Nicole, I love you. I'm not taking the shit. He just blew me up the other day when he found out about the new strand. He told me, this was just his opinion. He says, I feel that this drug, PrEP, or whatever it was called back then, is going to cause a superbug. Now, I came on YouTube and stuff like that, and I heard about this superbug through other people.
Okay, you know what? Let's break it down there. A superbug typically refers to a bacteria.
Right.
It does not refer to a virus.
I know.
I don't know why your friend chose the direction or, the manner in which he chose, but we all have free choice here. And I'm not going to say his choice was right or wrong to do whatever.
Okay.
I'm basically here for you, Nicole, to help you to provide education. Is PrEP a bad drug? I don't know.
Right.
But I do know as long as it prevents transmission of the human immunodeficiency virus or HIV.
Right.
Okay. Are there going to be side effects? Yes.
Yes.
There are side effects with any medication you take. I don't care if it's severe aspirin.
Right.
Side effects of aspirin, bleeding, nausea. So there are going to be side effects with any drug, any and all.
Now this was his theory though, no salt.
Or their provider to decide if the risk. Okay. I'll see you tonight. It's up to that patient and their doctor to sit down and talk about the risk versus the benefit. And of course, with informed consent, it's up to those parties. Right? It's up to those parties. You have to, it basically comes down to the patient and the doctor relationship. The doctor may look at such factors as immunosuppression from the virus, T-cell count. There's a lot that goes into that. There's an awful lot that goes into it.
Well, can I say this? No salt, sis? I think for him, what frustrated him about his opinion about the drug PrEP, from his opinion in his life story, he felt from his experience when PrEP came out, it was like it was like when women got birth control in the 70s. They were free to screw and do whatever they want, and all of a sudden they forgot that they could catch something. There's that momentary. This is just his thoughts. I'm just saying his opinion. I'm not saying this is based on fact. Because he said, Nicole, I live. I'm a gay man. I've seen, from dealing with all different nationalities of gay men, and even transgender, all of this. And he said, I'm just telling you this from my opinion. And he said he feels that when that drug came out, that it gave, in his opinion, that it gave gay men an excuse to be more promiscuous or not to protect themselves. Like they had an excuse to justify. I'm on PrEP, so I'm okay. And he said men would try to come, be intimate with him, and it was okay. Oh, I'm on PrEP, and want to bear back with him intimately. And he said it caused a fear, a paranoia in him. And then a couple of years after that, he started seeing the men that he knew and friends of men. And he was telling me that in the community that he's in, it's not as big as what you think. Somebody knows somebody, somebody knows somebody. And when he told me that a friend of his bones was starting to deteriorate, and one guy, they didn't say the man died from using PrEP, but his hips like collapsed, like I don't know what he was doing, but his hips, he had hip problems. The partner that he was with, his knees went out. We're talking about men that are like 35, between 35 and 50 years old, that shouldn't have bone density problems. So that's just what he told me from his experience. And when I seen this, and he didn't say that the superbug, he said in his head that it was going to create, because like No Salt BP said, okay, bacteria is treated by antibiotics, but also a viral is supposed to be treated with antiviral drugs, right?
Right.
Okay.
And also sometimes yeah, antivirals are typically treated with antiviral. This is true.
Okay, here's something for you, No Salt. What about the flu virus? Was it last year or the year before last? The one that people were getting so sick, but it was it couldn't be treated by antibiotics. And people like had the flu for like 3 to 4 months. People were dying from it, and they actually had to have an antiviral drug. Wasn't it around 2017 to 2018?
Yeah, that's when I even was a victim of that because I had both strains of the virus and I did get the flu shot. However, perfect example again, the virus mutated.
Mm-hmm. No, so can you explain that again for the people in the back about the mutation, if you feel like it? I don't want to press you too hard.
Sure, I can talk about it. A virus has many life cycles, and normal cell growth and cell building is deoxyribonucleic acid, which is DNA, to RNA, which is ribonucleic acid, to protein synthesis. In the case of any virus, that becomes switched. It goes from RNA to DNA to protein synthesis. That RNA being the first one that's abnormal. That's the stuff that your cancers are built up, come out of. That's the stuff that HIV comes out of. That's the stuff that the flu virus comes from. Okay? So the order comes reversed.
It's the FedEx man, so they barking. Go ahead, No Salt.
Okay. I'm just typing something in your chat room.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. This is very informative, and I can't see, this is the stuff that I'm talking about. Somebody text me, well, you know, did you share it out? You don't have anybody in your chat room. I don't care about that. There's enough people here. All it takes is one to make a difference. You don't know if that one person that's in the bush could be millions of people.
Yeah, the key is to share it. Matter of fact, when you put it on your Facebook or Twitter, or Instagram, or even Sparky Snapchat, you're still sharing it, so somebody's gonna watch it.
Yeah.
It's about getting the message out, right? No Salt?
Yes, it is. But we want to make sure that any message is sent. We want to make sure any messages that are sent are not to hurt people, that will do no harm, because I see a lot of harm going on throughout all social media platforms, and it's not just YouTube. It's throughout all of them.
Yeah.
So we want to be careful with that.
You're 100% correct about that. I'm just really confused when I looked up I was able to find this article where it says scientists discovers first new HIV strand since 2000. But the other one that I seen It did say, it said 1999. When I went back, it was gone. I don't know. Sometimes I need to start saving this stuff automatically, but my phone and computers will be filled up with so much stuff. I won't even be able to keep my, And I was just, it just kind of, it confused me. I was like, well, why were they saying that it was a new strand? And then they're saying, no, it's a strand that's already been there. And then, you're explaining, it's just still confusing to me.
Okay.
Like, is it a strand that's going to make us, is it a strand that if somebody catches it, is it the antiviral drugs won't work, or will you get sicker if you already have HIV and you're on PrEP and you're with a partner that has HIV and they're on PrEP and they have unprotected sex and they mix it? Will it turn into AIDS? That's the part that got me freaking out. Like, what? I'm sorry. I'm probably too much. But you get what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Because I have somebody that's very, very dear to me, a couple of people that, that are living, with HIV. You would never know. Never know. Beautiful skin, no acne, in shape, beautiful people, pretty teeth, good hair, pretty feet, hands. So don't think just because somebody, has HIV that they're gonna look a certain way. You would never know. That's why it makes me upset when
you stepped away, Nicole, and told me to talk to people. I literally just said that too. What you just said, just because a person has HIV or AIDS doesn't mean that they're gonna automatically look like it, make it look as healthy as a horse.
Yeah, I mean, HIV and AIDS does not have the look that it had 30, 35 years ago. Right. I remember when I was a young woman, I was in my 20s, and I was in the military, and no one, and all of a sudden, there was this strange virus out there. No one knew what was going on. All they knew was that people were dying. And unfortunately, they said it was one particular group of people, but that's not what was going on. Not at all. Because fast forward to 5-7 years later, we had 20-year-old African American women dying from this.
Right.
I remember the days that, and I know I'm kind of aging myself here, but I remember the days when, because people didn't know what it was, that many people were not even afforded a funeral. They were just cremated.
Yes, right, because they were afraid. Mm-hmm.
That's how bad it was. And I remember being a nurse and working out here in California. And one of my questions as a student, I wasn't a nurse, I was a student. And at a university studying center, and they were saying, we don't know what it is, but this is what we're going to tell you what to do. This was long before the days of universal precautions. Universal precautions now, it's like you treat everybody like they got something. Before then, if that person was identified with those antibodies, it was like you had to walk in a room with a hazmat suit on. Mm-hmm. It was that bad. It was that bad. And these individuals, which was so heartbreaking, they were isolated. I mean, people, through no fault of their own. I even remember the hemophiliacs that passed away from the virus. And all they needed was a blood transfusion, and look at what happened. They ended up with the virus. Look at what happened to Arthur Ashe. He had open heart surgery. You don't know who he is? Google.
Yeah, I remember Arthur Ashe. He was a tennis player.
He was a tennis player.
Black tennis player.
Yeah, my dad met him.
From it because he had open heart surgery, and the blood, he received had the virus in it.
I also remember Ryan White too. He was another famous one that had.
Oh, poor Ryan White. I mean, he was a hemophiliac. Can you imagine somebody telling your child that we don't want your child in school because of this? And thank God for people like Sir Elton John and Michael Jackson and so many, Elizabeth Taylor, and so many other entertainers that passed on that are either still here, that stood up for this little kid in Indiana that didn't know what in the world was going on.
Yep.
So we can't, and especially in our community, we can't begin to marginalize people in any way, shape, form, or fashion. We can't be divisive. We can't talk or still speak illy of each other. We just can't afford to do that. We need to come together as a united front. That's it. I don't want to hear anything about what anybody else is doing. We need to come together under the guise of, when you come together, you will do better.
Amen. I agree.
That's what we need to do.
And we need to do it as soon as possible. Right now.
Well, it just started here. When you hear conversations about other people, y'all shut that down.
Okay.
No, we're not doing that in here. That is my brother. Tell you, Sean Bradley, NicoleReloaded. Those are my brothers and sisters. I'm not going to be anywhere where anybody's talking ill of them or any of that. I'm not here for it.
Right.
I'm not.
Well, this is actually good. I'm glad that you said that. It's okay.
Just driving by.
No, they're going to pick up somebody. I hope they get there in time. This is a question. This is a
division in our community. Whether we like someone or dislike them, we can't afford to have this sort of divisiveness in our community at all. Because at the end of the day, we're all content creators, and we can even say we're all Black content creators. And on the strength of that alone, that's where we all need to come together. That's where we all need to speak about education. That's where we all need to open the aperture or the lens and eyes to look at what's going on around us and say, okay, this is what we need. This is what I'm about.
Let me ask you a question, No Salt. And this has been on my spirit. I'm asking you this question, and you too, Aaron. As a YouTuber, let's just use just this sector, but overall, can networking get you? Number one, is networking wrong?
No, I think networking is wrong. I mean, when you network, it basically introducing yourself to people, telling them who you are, what you're about, what you do, and what you do.
Okay, but hold on. But there's been a sector that has been deemed and named. Well, it hasn't been deemed. Wrong words, right? No Salt. Somebody just decided to call it. Somebody just decided to call it Section 8 and beef, and now that's what it is.
Stop it with that, because at the end of the day, we are all human beings. We all come with our own faults and flaws. I know I have mine.
I have a whole bunch of them.
Okay?
Right.
Whether people want to see them or not, they're there. They're there. When we start saying things like sector, the division starts right there. That's where the divide occurs, and I wish people will understand that. When you start saying sector, you have now split. So we're not a sector. We're all content creators.
Right, thank you.
All have something very valuable.
So that's where
Y'all
you
have
must
something very valuable to offer, whether people want to listen to it or not. You know, all of us have something to offer. You just got to be willing to go into it with open arms and an open heart and without judging people. And I'm not going to do that because guess what? If I start judging anybody on here, I'm sure there are plenty of people that'll find something to judge me about. So I don't even go there. I'm not about judgment. I'm about embracing.
Now let me ask you this though, no salt.
You must be tapping into my mind. I really swear you gotta be tapping into my mind because I feel that same way. I cannot stand that terminology, black sector. I've never actually expressed it before. I don't mean, why do we have to be labeled a sector? Why can't we just be called content creators or or YouTubers?
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, Aaron, because I have two people that I both love dearly on here, and I don't care what people say. Oh, she don't know Nicole. She don't care about Nicole. I said, look, now it's just as an example. I said, I said, I know some people that got some love for me, and I said, I know No Salt love me. Call her and tell her I'm on the side of the road and I can't call nobody. She gonna be like, y'all better find where she at. Just like I would do for her. We don't have to hug and touch for that to be a reality. Now, this is one of the things that I've been just pondering in my head. And I'm not trying to bring up any drama. This is just something, I mean, for my mental psyche, my mental health. If I really do. I love, and I love Aaron too. I love you guys. And nobody can tell me that the love that I have for you guys is not real. Okay. If I go to a certain said individual and then another individual that I care and support too, I'm just trying to support and show that I love, I'm listening to you. Doesn't mean that I agree with what you're saying. Does that look like I'm being two-faced because I go watch I'm watching the Bloods and then I go watch the Crips? I mean, or let me put it this way, it'll be better. I go over to the vegan side, but then late at night I go watch somebody frying chicken. Am I two-faced?
No. Okay.
I see Nicole.
You're watching what you love to watch, your desires. Seeing who does what. Just because there shouldn't really. I mean, people I know have all these loyalties and stuff, and you can only watch this certain group of YouTubers and stuff. I really don't agree with that. I mean, I have varied taste on YouTube. I mean, a lot of stuff I have are like I watch it like polar opposites of each other. But that's just my taste. I mean, I'm diverse like that. There's nothing wrong being diverse.
No, there's nothing wrong with being diverse. There's nothing even wrong with being I cook on my channel, but I can also listen to other commentary about current events, entertainment, subjects such as this, which I find very important, educational content. I can sit and I can listen to anybody's panel. Everybody's panel has something worthwhile to bring. Whether you like them or not, they all bring something. Every last one of them. They all have something to bring. You can learn something from everyone if you're just willing to open your heart and listen.
Exactly.
Okay, well, then you answer my question. You know what someone told me, Aaron, and everybody that's listening? Nicole, you got your nerve. You love everybody. Ain't no way you can love. Ain't no way you can love everybody over here trying to bring up these videos, educating people, and then you go over and so, and then try to tell them you love them. What make you think you can do that? I was like,
See, that's the problem. People trying to dictate and trying to make people conform to what they think they should do on YouTube. First of all, I can watch who I want to watch and subscribe to who I want to subscribe to. And because see, people expect you to have loyalty to them and only them. If they have a beef with somebody else, they expect you to have a beef with someone else. But that ain't how I roll. I'm like, if it's two people that I like and they just happen to have a beef with each other, listen, that's between them. Don't bring me in that. I will hope that they would get over their issues with each other. But if they don't, well, okay, life goes on. But I'm gonna still watch both their content.
right.
Well, you know what? I've been fortunate enough to, no one has ever asked, said anything, or called me out as far as seeing in other people's live streams, looking at other people's live streams, because hey, I'm a human being, I'm a grown woman, and I will go where I want to go. I will listen to who I want to listen to, and I will not listen to who I don't want to listen to. Okay?
No Salt, drop your link, by the way, baby.
And I think the only problem with that, sir, when you're in other people's live streams, you know, I discovered what the problem is, and this is what the problem is in other people's live streams. When you sit there and somebody's making disparaging comments about someone else, and you're sitting there and you're dropping smiley emojis or laughing emojis or any of that, then that can be that, you know, another content creator can take that the wrong way. And that's why I said I'm not going to have any conversations about anyone else.
Regardless of whatever it is, though, too. No Salt,
Point
too.
blank, period.
No Salt.
Whether you like them, whether
or
you
like
like
not.
their content or not. If I'm supporting them, if I watch them, I'm not going to have it. I'm not. I will leave your live stream before I listen to it, because no. That's what, back in the day, many years ago, when I was a teenager, that's what we call being very two-faced.
Two-faced,
I'm not going to
right.
be a part of that. What I will
And
do
I'm
is
sorry.
say, hey, pull that coattail, let me tell you something. There's no one on YouTube, and I mean absolutely no one that I have seen ever say something that was out of pocket, say something that was out of line, say something that was misconstrued the wrong way. I've never seen that, and that includes me too. But what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to be up for a bash session. You want to bash somebody? I'm not going to be there.
No Salt. You know what I really try to do? This woman has been so beautiful to me. Like, really, I love you, No Salt, for real. I hope one day we can actually meet in person, especially when, you know, I don't know if she just kind of took me on. She like a YouTube mommy sister to me in a sense. Because you put me in my place, and you came over and when you said you went back and watched my old stuff. So she has a pretty good idea of me, and she knows that I don't mean no harm, but she been telling me what I can hear you thinking sometimes when you like, Nicole, don't you do that shit. Don't do that. You're doing too much. You can't do all of that. And I'm trying to find a way to get our people to gather, not just on my channel, but your channel, SP, SP came out and did a when we did the conversation with the lady with the HIV on her pelvis. I was like, oh my God. I was so excited about doing it. I was like, where is No Salt at? Where's sis at? Where is my mama at? Where's my
sis is here. Oh, come on through.
Where's she at? Where daughter at? No, let me stop.
No.
Oh Lord.
That is Queen Moderator Supreme over here.
Okay. Where hey, beautiful. I love me. Oh Lord, and as Huston, she gonna be proud. Shelly gonna be proud of me because I got something to tell her. Okay, I love Shelly. Shelly is so sweet.
Well, let me tell you, Shelly has been my mentor. I have said this on anytime I get a chance. She's been my mentor. He is a person, if you want to learn really about the things you need to do on YouTube. Love YouTube says things to do on YouTube.
I love Shelly.
Things not to do on YouTube. Y'all go sign up for her Patreon.
Yes. Okay. I was joking with her. I told her I need a I told her I said I'm gonna need a coupon, sis. her Patreon ain't even high. Look, Shelly, if you want to know how to grow your channel and step your game up, take your butt to Shelly's Patreon. Okay? I was posting her Patreon every time when she blessed me to be a moderator. I probably got on her nerves because I kept posting over and over. I probably flooded her chat. She was like, okay, Nicole then became a Patreon troll. But what we were talking about, Shelly, we were talking about the new strand to HIV, and No Salt came in and saved me because she knew I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. And she came and saved me from drowning. And we're just
like the new strand. You got to remember, HIV is a retrovirus. Any virus can mutate. You think we have the same retrovirus that was out here 30, 35 years ago for HIV? No, we don't. That virus has changed.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Wait, what did you just say?
You think we have the same flu virus in 2019 that we had in 2017? No, we don't.
Wait a minute. You said that it has. So you said that it has changed?
Yes.
But that's why I'm confused is then why are the articles saying that it didn't? They're not there now. I wish I would have screened. I keep finding stuff and it's there and it's not there, and it's making me think that I'm psychologically crazy or something. I promise to you, I seen it and it's not there. No matter how I Google it, I can't bring it back up. Then it came up with this with the lawsuit in let me see. Let me say it again. Okay. They reworded it. What you see in front of you says scientists discover first new HIV strand since 2000. That's not what it said. It said new strand of HIV found. First HIV strand found within like 19 years or something. Now this one's saying 2000. Like it changed it. CNN changed it. Like I'm like, am I going crazy? I'm not a nurse or nothing like that. It's hard to read medical terminology because I'll Google what each word means so I can have an understanding.
Well, you know what? That's what you call
what was that?
Protection. That's called protection. That's to prevent whoever wrote this article from being in a courtroom.
And then now you see a lawsuit. Okay.
Because you can't say that. But I I'm going to go right now, and if Sis S. Hutchinson wants to call in.
Yeah, sis, call in.
And talk about, allow her to call in, and because she has a lot of wonderful information. She's a beautiful person. I met her in person myself.
You met Shelly in person?
She's very knowledgeable about YouTube. And what I want you guys to remember and always keep this in mind, do not ever allow yourself to talk in any way negatively about any content creator on here. You are asking for problems at that point. So, I'm going to hang up. Yeah, I saw your comment, Shelly. I'm going to hang up. And please call in, Shelly. I'm going to hang up now, okay?
Shelly says she's sitting by the shower naked. Shelly know my phone. She can call me on my cell phone. She know my number. No, we love, no Salt needs her. She needs her respect.
She's my sister, and I'm going to let her call in, so I'm just going to...
Wait, no Salt. No Salt. Please do me a favor. Please drop the link down to your channel in here. I have been sharing your stuff out. I share you on Twitter. I need people to come to you. They need to know the knowledge and the wisdom in your education.
Shelly's channel and her Patreon as well, because I think when people really learn how to do this before YouTube, before they come out of the gate and say things recklessly, it can save you a lot of trouble. Okay, so here I go. I'll talk to you later. I'm putting in the chat room. Shelly, call in. Love you, sis.
I love you too. Bye. I love you, no Salt. I love you.
All right, bye.
Oh, well, thank you. Look, this to me was a very, very totally awesome live. To have my beautiful Black sisters, my knowledgeable Black sisters, and especially our knowledgeable Black men. Okay, we got number one SP up in here. SP, no. Okay, I don't have that much time left. SP, you're more than welcome to come and join. SP has faith in God that I have not seen in an African American male in a very, very long time. This man is a breath of fresh air. Beautiful Black man. Very, very positive. Ain't no way you can be negative dealing with SP. He already know a way to remove your mind from that. And that's a blessing to, you know what I'm saying, that God, allow him to find my, my channel somehow. I don't know how he did, but I'm just very thankful. And Aaron, you already know where you love, so.
I appreciate that too. Okay, you know what? And I hear people all the time. I've said this before. And I know it's not like probably a broken record when I talk like this, but I come from a generation where it was frowned upon that if you're a man and you didn't talk to women. And now we in this generation, particularly on these so-called YouTube streets, where if you say something flattering to a woman, if you say something kind to a woman, they call you, oh, you thirsty, or you're a simp. Words like that. Like, what kind of madness is that? I mean, where a man basically chastises.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Hold on. No, she didn't call in. She gonna actually come on here on live like this. I'm gonna start crying, dude. I'm fanning out. No. Hold on. Okay. Shelly is in the room. Aaron.
I just want to drop a quick little disclaimer. if the camera should accidentally hit the button,
Girl, don't be showing no
nothing,
cootie coo.
y'all gonna see it all, okay? Y'all gonna see it all. I'm over
Girl,
here
you know
still
I be
drying
sitting
off.
up here naked. I'm naked right now. I better put some clothes on, okay?
That's what we was all born naked. And you were talking about his faith, and I was saying that sometimes God allows us to go through certain tribulations just to see if we still stand with that same amount of faith, to see what are we going to do. Are we going to take the easy road and try to, and it ain't not that it's the easy road, but are we going to try to go with the devil? Are we going to allow people to get in our head and say, oh no, give up on that? You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff is just a test that God puts us through just to see, because I know for me, as far as medically wise, I never really questioned God about that for me. But there were times where I looked at my family and I'm like, hold up. They out here doing booger sugar. They out here doing PCP. They out here doing all this stuff and they healthy. I don't even smoke cigarettes. I don't, I eat this. Well, I used to be like a real health nut. I'm not as much now, but I was at one point. And I'm like, I'm out here eating right, living right, doing right stuff. Why am I going through this? And then I had to think to myself, I always, if not me, who would it be? It would be my children. And I would gladly take any disability, any ailment, anything, then for my kids to have it. All three of my kids are healthy. Besides my youngest one he has asthma and ADD. But other than that, like my kids are healthy. I don't have to worry about, oh, they got this going on and I might lose them at this point in time. So if this is what God has allowed me to have, that's why I always share on my platform about mental illness. I don't talk so much about my health. I do every now and again because I sometimes people forget, like they look at the pictures like, girl, ain't nothing wrong with you. But for real, I got a lot of things going on with me. But at the end of the day, I've never questioned God about any of that. The only time I question God, I feel bad about it, and I know that I'll have to answer for it on Judgment Day, is when I lost my friend. The first day, no, I didn't question God, but probably a couple days later, I was just like, why, God? Why would you do this to me? Why would you take him away from me? I just didn't understand. Like, I needed him. But that was the selfish me. Because I know God needed him more than I needed him here.
Right.
I know that it's all a cycle. We all get a number to come in here. We all get a number to leave out. You know what I'm saying? But it was just a selfish moment that I was having for myself. And that's the only time I've ever questioned God. And that's, bad enough. But for me, I don't really question God about too much. I kind of just roll with the flow because whatever's for me is for me and can't nobody take it away from me. I don't care what they do. They can plot. They've already done it. They can orchestrate. It ain't going to work. The people that I've seen try to, I always say God is very sensitive about me. You can do all that stuff you want to do. You can do it for a long time, get away with it, think you getting away with it. But at the end of the day, I've never seen anybody win who's tried to come and tear me down.
Wait a minute. Say that. Hold on. I think we need to say it loud and proud. Say that again.
I said I've never seen anybody win who came to try to tear me down or destroy me. God is very sensitive when it comes to me. So
you know what, sis? I needed to hear that.
Yeah, you gotta know that. You have to know
Shelly,
that.
We've talked and I've shared things with Shelly. And I got into, I don't want to say like it felt like a debate, maybe because of my emotions. And I don't think that two people should go in comparison to how bad life has treated them versus how life has treated me. And the person that you might think that I'm talking about that's listening is not you. It was a male, okay? It wasn't a female. And it made me think it's like your walk. No, to the person in the bush, they listening.
Oh.
Because they text me. I'm not talking about you. It was a male. So, so my thing is, and a lot of people, I've told bits and pieces of my story, and I've been trying, like, you have times where I always try to give myself to other people to help uplift them and stuff like that. That's always going to be me. That's never, that will never change. That's not my heart. If I've tried to do it, it don't work.
Yeah, I tried to, but it's just in my nature to be who
But
I
it makes me wonder though, sis. And I asked this to No Salt. And my question was to her, if in this sector, and I don't like calling it this sector, just somebody just said it's this sector, is this, is that, or whatever. All I knew is that when I first started watching Shelly, I looked at Shelly, she's a vlogger. She's talking about her real life. Okay, today she's sad, today she's happy, she's showing all of these different things. That's the reason why I fell in love with, and I'm one of your day ones, girl. Okay,
I
you know,
know it. I
but
appreciate it.
but I was afraid to say something. You know what I'm saying? I was just afraid, but I was one of your day ones. And then when I felt comfortable, I started commenting, and I commented right under where you post. You know what I'm talking about. I would post in
Yeah.
there like I was hiding and shit. She eventually caught on. she, but my concern is, because we're coming up on a new year. If I want to go show love, it doesn't mean that I'm representing the things that they're saying. I'm just trying to say, look, God gonna get you through this. I'm showing you some love. This statement you made, I agree, but I don't agree with the rest of it. If people start screenshotting, okay, well, Nicole was in so and so, and she said, oh, I got love for this. Basically, long story short, Shelly, somebody confronted me and said, Nicole Reloaded love everybody. The bitch is fake.
Okay.
Now, it did kind of bother me because is it possible to love everybody? There's different forms of love. And
Yeah, it's a different it's different definitions of love. But I will tell you what I've been doing. When I've been going into a lot of chat rooms, and especially if they go left, I bullshit. I start dropping disclaimers like a mug. S.
you do
Hutchinson is
what?
just here. I start dropping disclaimers. I'd be like, S. Hutchinson is just here supporting. I don't got nothing to do. I don't know the people they talking about. I don't know nothing. Because I finally reached a point on YouTube where I have peace. And I'm not gonna let anyone interrupt my peace again, ever again. Never, never again. I've done it too many times. I'm not gonna say I'll never pop off because I'd be telling a lie. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and focus on all the negative or all of what, because those people don't know me. Those people are strangers. Now, somebody like Sharon who said she met me, oh, they don't want to hear what Sharon got to say about S. Hutchinson because that don't fit their agenda. You know what I'm saying? They want to hear about guns, knives, drugs all over the floor and things, just crazy stuff, you know. And when it was time for Sharon to leave, I was listening because we just connected so well, you know, and not even just with her, but with every single person that was there. Like, to me, that was my YouTube highlight. And although it wasn't really shared amongst YouTube, because I felt like I want to be selfish and keep this for myself. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why it's so near and dear to me, because it's not something that I opened to everyone to have. You might have seen a picture here, picture there, but you didn't see any whole bunch of vlogging and hey, we're all out doing this. We just really got to know each other, spend time with each other. And I'm looking forward to 2020 because it's only going to get better. That's what I believe. And if it's 2 people there, if it's me and Sharon, that's good enough. If it's me and 5 people, good. Me and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, whatever an amount of people that's supposed to be there, that's what God wants me to have. So, okay, hold on. What this person is saying. Just Ray says, I hope all good men can be able to speak to women without being labeled as strange. Well, if you speak to a lady and she thinks she's you're strange, that is a like an insecurity that she has within herself. You know, if you're secure within yourself, if you walk past and a man compliments you and says, hey, you know, you look nice, you should be able to say thank you very much and keep on walking. What is it? It's no time to be getting scared up in the corner or crying or hit 911. Like, that's for, if anyone acts like, treats you crazy when you say something like that, that's someone who hasn't been getting any attention. So they just don't even know how to accept it. You know, I get what you're saying for all men to be out here, and a lot of men have lost that whole respect thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't take public transportation, but I just remember back in the day, like, men would get up and let the woman sit down, or the person with the baby and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm married, so I don't really, when I'm out and someone says something to me, I don't ever take it like, oh, they trying to get with me, because my mind ain't on that. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, you look very nice. You look familiar. Okay. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
That's what I mean, I'm old school. That's what I was saying too. That I'm old school like that, and I'm this Aaron Collins, by the way. Yeah, I'm old school. I come from the old school from when men were men. I come from that generation. And
right.
They are very, and I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them are very emo, it's just very emotional. I mean,
I'm gonna tell you why.
They got this machismo, which is fake masculinity anyway.
I'm part of the problem is, and I blame some of us women.
Yeah, I do too.
Liberation and freedom, and I'm gonna make more than what you made. A lot of women don't know their place, and I don't say that in any way to be disrespectful, because I don't feel like a man is superior to me, but it's like women want to be courted, and they want to be treated with all of this chivalry. However, I sit there and say to the man, I don't need. I'm making $100,000 a year.
Right.
Who's wearing the pants here? You know what I'm saying? So we've kind of lost roles in the relationships of, what's going on. Like, I know this is not my first marriage, but I know in my first marriage, you think I could go and spend a weekend at a hotel somewhere? Absolutely not. Not without getting a knot upside my head. Right. But let me tell you, I sit here, and this is if my husband walk in this door right now, which he's about to come in here soon, so I'm gonna be in this soon. But I'll tell you, I'll be booking tickets and stuff. I'll be forgetting to tell him. It'll be a week before I need to leave. Like, babe, by the way, I'm going to so. He'd be like, okay, when you was gonna tell me? I was like, I was too busy trying to get my airline ticket, and I just start packing up my stuff, because if you have trust, then there's no reason for all that other foolishness.
You're right. You're definitely 100% right. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yep. And I mean, and then you got these organizations, which is still pretty moist to me, the MGTOW and all that, and going their own way. First of all, I need I'm gonna eventually want to have some feminine energy in my life. So whatever way they decide to go, I won't be with them. I mean, we can catch up later, but I'm gonna let y'all go y'all own way. And be back here with the ladies.
Yeah.
Well, what is surprising though, Shelly, is that we actually, if SP is here, that we actually have 3 celibate men in the room.
Wow.
3, yes. Number 1 SP is celibate. Ray is celibate, and as well as Aaron.
I've been hearing more about this celibacy thing. Now, I don't want to sound like a freak, but you said you're celibate too?
Yeah, I've been celibate. Yeah, I mean, I want to. It's crazy though, girl. I just can't. I can't. I don't. And somebody said it's because I have a low libido or whatever. No, it's not. It's not that. It's just that I don't. I don't want to just have sex to have sex. I want intimacy. I want to, you know what I'm saying? I want to be able, like, I guess back in the day, like, hold hands and talk. And what's your favorite color? I just don't want to buck if you nut, like, I can get in the bedroom and I can flip and spin and hook it up doggy style and hum on your on your
you can do all that, girl.
But then afterwards, when I'm like, look, can you help me fix this computer? Well, no. Well, can you sit here with me? Let me talk to you about this article or whatever. And he's sitting there looking like he's physically, mentally incapable to do so, then all that what we did is gonna go out the window. It's not fulfillment. It's no. I need somebody that can, for I don't know, give me some form of some, make me want you, make me want to be like, what conversation? If you can get in
Yeah,
my
like
mind,
basically make love to my mind before my body.
there
But
you go. Make love to my mind.
and it also comes from what you've I think like previous relationships or situations. Like for me, my husband is my best friend. And that's why we're able to just like we're totally opposite people. Like I don't ever shut up. He doesn't really talk, like unless you know him, and even then he's gonna say the bare minimal. But I think once you actually receive unconditional love from somebody, I
Hmm.
don't think I could ever go back to when I was single. I had my fun, okay, or in between marriages. I took full of all of that, okay, all of it. But now, if I did, girl, I ain't gonna lie, I took full of it, and
No, you keeping it real. I did too.
I'm just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. And then even when you tell yourself, I shouldn't do this. Like one guy, I didn't know he was married because he said he wasn't married. He didn't have no kids, and then I get a
Right.
phone 5 minutes later, 5 months later from his wife. And
I
even after
never
knowing
got
that, I
Shelly.
still went
Shelly.
there. Huh?
I never got the phone call from a wife, but I got one from the fiance. And even though I'm about to be 40, I think about that probably about 4 times out of the year, how cold I was to that young lady. But I felt like, y'all not married. It wasn't my fault, which is still the truth. But I wish I wouldn't have been so cold. So
Well,
cold.
the wife was cold to me. I feel like my feelings was hurt too. I understand this is
Girl,
your,
shut up.
but but listen, this is what she did. She called him by his government name. And so I thought, because me and my friends, we play around a lot. I'm like, this ain't none of my friends playing because they don't even know what his full name is. And the way she said it. Well, first I kept getting prank calls, people calling and hanging up. I already know a woman is behind this. I done had this number X amount of time. Ain't nobody been playing on my phone. Then she called, asked for me by my name, and was asking me, tell me that she's his wife. And I bust out laughing on the phone. I was like, you his wife? Girl, please. Where you been? You been hiding underneath the bed? Cause like every day. You know what I'm saying? Where have you been? I said, you must live out of the state or out of the country. Because if he married, I don't know where you at. Because when we would go places, he would never seem nervous. He would never be looking over his shoulders. When we would go to when he would go to the club with his friends, he come pick me up. We at the club. Like he never did anything that hinted that he was being acting suspicious or whatever. And a
Right.
couple they already had 2 boys together, and she was pregnant by him. So I'll never forget on Valentine's Day, we spent Valentine's Day together, and he had to leave and go somewhere else, another state, wherever the baby shower was, because they had separated at that time or whatever. And he was like, well, we were separated. I'm like, but still let me know so I can have the choice to choose if this is what I want to be bothered with or not. But now that I'm older, and I've experienced being with someone who is my best friend, who is my lover, who is my soulmate, who is my king, who is my everything. I don't think that I could, if something happened to him or we separated, I don't think we'll ever separate, but if something happened to either one of us, I can't see myself just going back to being a booty call to somebody or
Right.
just wanting that sexual pleasure, because what he does for me is more than sexual pleasure. You know what I'm saying?
It's mental, right?
Yeah. It's like we were friends before we were ever lovers, and then lovers, and then it just was a process. It was the way I'd never done it before. So I feel like that's why it
But
worked
let me
out.
tell you this, Shelly, though. I did fall for a friend. And once we, became into a serious relationship, let me tell you this.
Did it
Every
become
man,
weird?
well, yeah, it's like they don't want me to go nowhere. Like they become extremely abusive. They don't want, like, we be cool for years, kicking it, having a good time, chilling. once I step over that boundary, they like, no, you can't go nowhere. I don't want you to do this. Where the F you going? It just backfires on me. So I'm like, do I need to get with a dude that's not my friend and that's an asshole in the beginning versus that's why I'm like, girl.
I think again that's down to the man's insecurities.
I think it's where I'm at, girl. I'm on the West Coast. Okay, I think I need a Southern man. I need a
I can't do nothing with no Southern man.
I don't know. Southerners, no disrespect to my West Coast brothers, but I don't want to date a dude from the West Coast no more. Period.
Well, actually, let me just wrap it all up. I don't even date American men, so there you
Well,
go.
honey, give him, my phone number. Find me one that, tall, long, strong.
Yeah, I just don't. Oh shit! I didn't realize my phone was ringing. Lord have mercy.
No, that was me, sis.
No, my phone is ringing for real. Hold on, let me
Our phone ringing at the same time.
Hold on.
But look, I am so glad we were able to gather. I love you. I love you.
You know I love you down, girl.
Man, look, Shelly came out, was like, I don't care what nobody say. I love me some Nicole. And I love Shelly too, man. I really do. And people can, oh Lord, no sauce,
we have to keep on saying that more though, because it's a whole lot of people out here that, regardless of whatever people think about me, it's a whole lot of people out here that's hurting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's a whole lot of people. Their whole day, they don't love.
No Southern. So if I don't get a Southern man, okay, well, what about white man? No?
Girl, I don't know. I ain't never had no cream in my coffee, and I don't really want any. I don't drink coffee. And if I did, I don't think I'd want no cream in it. So that's
no,
no,
you girl, I want a brother to wear.
Because I like my men as dark as I can get them. I mean, like, girl,
I do too.
If he is dark like the highway girl, the ground, the pavement, the tar girl. If I can get
I love the girl. I want him to be
girl. That's why I be having these cavities, girl. Listen,
girl, I love me a chalk girl. Give me a chalk girl. Oh yes, real dark, yes. And they normally be having nice wavy hair.
Yes, the dark.
They age well. If they got ugly feet, you can soak it in some AC vinegar, and it'll get a little bit better.
If they gotta do all that, they got fungus, and I don't want them. For real.
I had to say that to get you to say.
What's up, Kim Randall? Yeah, I don't know. They're soaking in that girl, child. They got something wrong with them. I don't know. But no, we need to do a like I have some panel stuff that I want to do with Dree and some of her people, and I was, we was talking about it, just a bunch of different stuff, hormonal issues with women. I mean, it was so many things that we kept on talking about, and I seen.
We got so much stuff to talk about. It's just putting a panel together and knocking out.
Yeah, but see, I don't want. For me, I don't want when I say I don't want a panel, I don't want my panel to be called anything. I don't want.
I know you don't.
My group of people. No, I want it to be whoever I want to coordinate with on that particular day. That's how we do a whole round of everybody that's on there, and then we do our own thing, because I don't ever want anyone to get me mixed up or confused or lose myself. You know what I'm saying? On this YouTube thing. So
well, you see why I call it my lives bipolar lives, okay?
yeah, I'm always gonna be my soldier one. So I mean, I don't want to. Oh, I'm in this group, that group. Nah, I ain't in no group. I'm me. So a lot of things that we got to talk about, but I like to have it like written down so that I have like bullet points and get to have the engagement and everything like that. But we can definitely work on something for the future. And Sharon, you can join too. And see, most people would never ever believe.
Oh, I got an idea. I'm gonna text it to you right now. Hold on.
Okay. Most people would never believe that I met Sharon or we met in real life, and Sharon loves me and I love Sharon. Because they go by what they think.
I thought she was in Cali. Ain't she in Cali?
Yeah, she in Cali.
Damn.
She came to DMV because I'm worth it, girl. That's why I went up on my prices. Sharon.
Girl, no, I would have came, girl, but you don't.
She done got flued in. She done got flued in. So
wait. Oh Lord, don't let me lose the idea.
somebody asking for the PIN number, boo.
The PIN number to what?
I guess to call in.
Oh.
Or you can drop the link if she wants to come on here, because I'm about to get off in a second. My husband about to come butt naked. Like a hurricane.
Okay. Y'all got.
Yes, I will say this. Thank you, Nicole, for allowing me to come on your platform.
You know what, sis, anytime.
No, seriously, I'm humbled by that, because you don't have to do that. You don't have to open your panel up to me. I thank everybody who, made comments and engaged with me today. It was amazing. Hopefully we can do it again. We'll come up with some things to talk about, because there's a lot to talk about out here, and we can agree to disagree, but do it respectfully. That's what makes a good conversation. If everybody that's not a good conversation. Let's agree to disagree and have different points so that we can grow and learn from each other. So, Nicole, drop the number, the calling number, and the PIN number for Kim.
Well, they better hurry up and call.
Girl, that ain't how you be talking to a potential person who wants to call in. See, now,
they better know. If they know, Sha rules everything now. Baby girl.
Listen, I love you, and I'm up out the studio. Okay, let me put some clothes on for my husband come home and say, "What have you done all day?"
Please don't turn the camera on. Don't do that.
Girl, I ain't gonna do it. Y'all be in the Me Too movement and stuff and saying I came on here and flashed y'all. They got enough rumors out here about me now. The last thing I need, the men said they was celibate. The next thing you know, S. Hutchinson was on the camera correcting them boobs that she don't have. Child, listen, you better let Kim call up in here and say what Kim want to say. Love who your people love you. I love all of y'all. Okay, I'll see y'all the next time.
I love you too, baby.
Bye-bye.
Oh Lord, she know that, girl. You already know I gotta go get Sha bad ass.
I know my running shit right now.
Oh Lord.
Hello.
Hey, Kim. Kim like, bitch, where's the Kim like, where the number at, daughter? Look at
Yes, where's the pen? I need to know what's going on. What did I walk into?
No, we were talking about the new strand of HIV and unification, you know what I'm saying, celibacy, another bipolar live with education on it. And we were, blessed with No Salt BP. She is a nurse, been in the game for 30 years, I believe. And Shelly Escort, underscore Hutchinson, she came in and dropped a bunch of love, you know what I'm saying? Came on and popped in on the nigga.
Hey, No Salt, how you doing?
Yeah. Look, hey.
Hey, what's up?
And then, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Aaron.
How are you?
Aaron been over here stroking my ego behind the scenes and stuff. So he was rubbing my feet spiritually. I'm sorry. And Aaron Collins is here. I'm sorry, Aaron.
So what's good with this? I know you said
turn your TV down, Kim. Turn your TV down, babe. Please. Yeah, I can hear your TV, girl. You got a good, expensive. It must be a Roku or something. It gives a lot of audio feedback, babe.
Okay, can you hear me good now?
Yeah, that you standing right there with the remote control in your hand. Put it on mute. Put it on. No, you turned it down. Put it on mute. Your TV got very good raptors.
Everything on mute. The other phone on mute. The TV on mute. Anything else, ma'am?
I love you. You know what time I gotta go. You know what time I gotta go get your niece. So we got about 10 minutes. Go ahead, sis.
No, I was just when I came in, I heard about relationships and stuff, and I was saying, what other more films? And finding men and women and stuff. stuff for the ones who don't have a relationship at this time?
Yeah, well, we actually have three, well, total of 4. We got 3 men that are celibate, and I believe the woman is me, because y'all know I ain't had no wanga dang. But I want him, like Shelly said, Nicole Reloaded wants a man to make love to her mind. Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
That's the first thing a man should do, period.
Yeah, but I was telling her I did have the friendship thing. I'm a Cancer girl. I'm a Cancer.
Your boundaries intact also.
No, I had sex with a man, and then he started becoming crazy and possessive. Then we not friends no more. Then he want me to dress like a dude. Then he starts saying you look too much like you don't dress up no more. You don't go nowhere. Well, you wanted me to stay in the house. What the hell you want me to do? So then I just shut down and we broke
when I say you have to keep your boundaries intact, because it's okay. Take you for instance, you said you haven't had a relationship or relations for a while. So if I'm gonna tell you what I told my niece, and this is just recently, and she did it, and so far everything's working out fine. I told her, I said, look, this is what I need you to do. I need you to get a piece of paper, write down all the things that you want in your spouse or next relationship or whatever you want to call it. And then write down on the other side of the paper the things that you are absolutely not going to compromise on. And if a marriage is what you want, then that's what you strive for. You don't just, lay down with that person because you've been with them 6 months or whatever. You make it so that if this is what you want, if this is what you want wholly, entirely, then guess what, bro? You got to put a ring on it. And if that's not what you're looking for in a relationship or whatever, because I feel like this. Nowadays, it's too much stuff going on. Way too much stuff going on. Like you said, it's another strain of HIV they just found. STDs are stronger. People not using condoms like they used to. You know what I'm saying?
Using
them. And then you got babies coming. So, you can't just blame it on a man now because they have women.
Can't blame nobody particularly. Well, yes, you can. You can blame the liars, the ones that don't tell the truth, and shame the devil.
Yeah.
I blame the liars.
At the same time, you gotta remember who you are as a woman. You can't tie your soul to every man that you meet, and that's one of the things that a lot of these young girls fail to realize, that every time that a man enters you and he ejaculates, he leaves a part of him inside of you.
Even if he doesn't ejaculate, once y'all do to transference, he take your spirit and you take his spirit.
Always prevalent. So my dad used to say this all the time. He said, 2 lay down, 1 get up with feelings. Whether it's the man or the woman, somebody getting up with some feelings. 9 times out of 10 is usually the woman. But there are those times when it's the men, and they feel like, oh, I done got me some good, and I ain't letting her get out my grass. You know what I'm saying? And that's when they get the possessive and the controlling and all of that stuff. But think about it. You laid down too. You didn't say no. You wanted it just as bad as he did. So you can't really blame him for your decision, because you made a conscious decision too to do it.
You're right.
So you can't really blame anybody. You just have to choose who you choose to lay down with. You have to be very, very particular about your body and who you want to give it to. And I've always felt like that.
See, the thing is, if you chilling with a dude, y'all befriend each other and y'all honest. They say that they honest with one another, right? And I'm like, look, I don't want to waste any time. I'm trying to deal with somebody that can see themselves married within the next 2 to 5 years. They say if you have children, If you have kids and a man has kids, that they supposed to date you for a year and date your kids for a year, and then y'all come together on the third year, then y'all should be considered getting married or whatever. Okay, so a lot of these, you know what I'm saying? Nah, they don't want to be celibate. Ain't nobody gonna want to be celibate for no 3 years. Hold on, we got another. Hold on, sis. Wait, is that? Oh, that's you. Never mind.
That's a lie. There are some men out here who protect their bodies just as much as a woman does. Especially in this day and age.
Okay, well, number one, as P said, oh Lord, y'all, it's 3:06. I love y'all. Sis, give out a closing. I gotta go get my baby. Let me put my shoes on.
But there's, I mean, if you really think about, like somebody said, being equally yoked is not a catastrophe for me. We must be. Exactly. You have to be, equally yoked. That person has to want what you want. Y'all have to have each other's best interest at heart in order to become one. Because if you don't, then something's going to break. Sooner or later, something is going to break, and it's not going to be right. Whether it's spiritually, emotionally, physically, something is going to break if you're not equally yoked.
I actually think, Kim, that I'm jaded. So, I didn't, it's not that I don't believe in love anymore or whatever. I just, I think I'm too stuck in my, right now in my ways. So.
It's not about being stuck in your ways, though. It's not. It's about like I said, what you want and what you will absolutely not put up with, or what you will not, have as a part of your relationship. It's just certain things that we as women, we require in a man. And then it's certain things that men require in a woman that they feel as though they want to be with or choose to marry.
Well, I think from my history that I'm attracted to men that are attracted to men. So for me, I'd rather, be single. I don't want to be. I like pretty boys.
To men that are attracted to men?
Yes, I'm attracted to men that are bisexual. I didn't know that I was, but now that I found out, my psyche is all messed up. So I might as well just be by myself. I always like pretty boys, real pretty men that were that men. Hold on. I was attracted to men that were considered as pretty boys. Pretty hands, pretty feet, pretty looking dudes, nice bodies and stuff. And to find out that these niggas like dick now, I'm like, well, shit, I don't know. Right. But anyway, I didn't want to end it up on, close it out on like that. But go ahead, Aaron, and say what you got to say, because I got to go. I'll be back, though.
I was saying that I peeped on what you were saying, that these dudes, like, compare themselves to women. And anytime when you, like, put them on the spot or something about something that they need to take care of, and they get straight, they always want to talk about what women are doing. When a real man's gonna man up and take responsibility for his own actions instead of putting somebody else into it like a little kid would do.
And then it had to make me realize that maybe
real men compare themselves with other men, not with women.
Right. But see, I was young and I didn't know no better. A man won't have no problem with communicating, and I thought because we were like, what I'm saying, brother and kind of sister type of thing, it would be cool, but that's not what it was. You just wanted something to get your dick wet in. That's all that shit was. So I don't trust myself in regards to, if I'm attracted to somebody, they'll never know. Not anymore. No. Dudes that I like, they act like women. I'm straight, girl. I'm cool. I don't. Nope. No. I might date. I mean, you know, people encourage. Oh, Nicole, you going on 40? It's been 3 years. No, I'm fine. It'll be 3 years pretty soon. I'm straight. I tried it again. I tried it in 2016. Damn near fucked up again. Nope. I'm cool. God gonna have to send him to me. I ain't looking for him. None of that. I'm gonna have to bump into him or something, which I don't go nowhere, so that shit ain't gonna happen. But look, it is what it is. I'm not tripping about it.
But that's not necessarily true, though.
Everybody like, you too pretty. You need a man to cook. You need a man to cook for. A man take care of you. You need a man to rub your feet. And as soon as I rub his feet, 2 years later, that bitch ass nigga gonna want to take me to court and ask the judge to order me to rub that nigga's feet. Fuck it. I'm done. No.
But I'm saying, God has a weird sense of humor about stuff. And believe it or not, some people actually do meet their husband by chance.
Well, it's gonna take a miracle for me, honey.
I'll tell you how I met mine. I went on a ski trip.
I'm SP.
Out of a relationship.
Me and SP gonna get married. SP gonna be my YouTube husband, but and Aaron gonna be my bodyguard. I'm just playing.
But I went on a ski trip, and I just got out of a relationship that September, and I met my husband in February.
I'm gonna try something real quick, sis. Let me see if this works.
And when I was on the ski trip, I was like, I just went to have fun. I just wanted to have fun. I didn't go looking to meet nobody. I just went. I danced and I had a great time. I entered all the contests just because I wanted to have fun. And I had a ball. It just so happened on Valentine's Day, I met him on the ski trip. That night, that afternoon, we got into an argument. And that night, we talked until the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been together ever since.
You have a really serious love story. Okay.
That's 2002.
I'm about to do something really weird.
2002. And in 17 and a half years, we have never broken up. We have never cheated. We've had our ups and downs. We've been through a lot.
Let's see. Is it still doing it? Okay.
We renewing. On the 20th, we'll be husband and wife again.
All right. Well, look. Then look. I'm gonna leave it up to y'all. Y'all find me 10. We gonna do Nicole Finds Love. Then that's what we'll do. And y'all.
Love is out there. It is.
I need a man that's him. I actually want to date a man that's a military man, Air Force, military like my daddy. Then that means he'll be versed and stuff. I'm just saying I haven't dated one in years, and he was one of the best that I had because he was very versatile. You know how to fix shit. You know what I'm saying? He had patience, but he would disappear because he had to go on, shit like that or whatever. How long you got, sis?
Huh?
Can you hold it down for about 7 minutes?
Yeah, you know I can.
All right. I'm gonna go in the car. I need you to talk. I'm gonna be in the live. Go ahead. I gotta go get Cheyenne.
Okay. Okay. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Let's get it poppin'.
I think we did this together before, didn't we?
I'm still here. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Shelly too, huh?
No, it's my daughter's name is Sayel. Well, it was Sayel, and I use her handle. My name is Kim.
You look pretty.
I actually have a sister named Shelly.
Neighbor. She can't
older
see.
sister.
You don't give a fuck what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I love these topics though. I mean, these are the topics that need to be talked about. This is only for mature audiences only. Hence the word, emphasis on the word mature.
Exactly. Exactly.
You got a bunch of immature people out here that, y'all nasty. How are we being nasty? I mean, sex is a natural thing.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, I watch these pastors they're on YouTube now too. And they have a platform called Marriage Makes Three. And we were talking, as a matter of fact, this week, that's what they were talking about. Let's talk about sex. So if we nasty, how do you think you got here? And I'm almost certain that the majority of them is having sex tips. So how is it nasty?
Well, I guess that would make our creator nasty because it was his idea.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm glad pastors are talking about it.
Exactly, because you got most pastors who won't even touch the word. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so taboo in the church or whatever the case might be. But if you have a husband or a wife or a significant other or whatever you want to call it, a situationship, however you put it, you know what I'm saying? If y'all if they talk about three of the major things that will break up a marriage: communication, finances, and sex. If you're not communicating, there will be no sex.
Right.
If the finances ain't right, there will be no sex.
You know what they say, no money, no honey, so yeah.
Exactly.
I told y'all I'm old school.
I can't think of the lady's name right now, but she said, no man's looks is fine enough. You got to have a J.O.B. if you want to be with me. I think it's Gloria Gaynor made that song. I think
so. Sounds familiar.
But the whole thing is, it's not saying that women are gold diggers, because there are some women right now in 2019 that make way more money than their husbands. There's some women out here that are CEOs and founders and all of that stuff that make way more money than their husband, and their husband is the stay-home dad. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about being a gold digger or being a gold digger husband or whatever. If y'all are compatible and y'all work well together, that's what it's about. It's not about the money or whatever the case might be. Because 9 times out, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. My sister-in-law, when my nephew was born, and the doctor told her to give my nephew cereal. By her being the only girl in her house growing up, she thought regular Captain Crunch, Frosted Flakes, or whatever cereal. She didn't know that they had baby cereal. So my brother stepped in and said, you know what, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to take care of the kids because you trying to hurt my baby. You know what I'm saying? And it was a joking thing, but at the same time, he grew up in a house full of females. Well, it's me, my other 2 sisters, my mom, and 2 of our cousins grew up in the house with us. So he had the women around him to teach him how to take care of a baby. She didn't. She has all brothers. So there's a difference when women are the breadwinners and the men stay at home. But if it's vice versa, then they want to call the woman, oh, she a gold digger, she don't do shit, she don't do this, she don't do that. And that's not necessarily true. Because being a mom is a 24-hour, 7 days a week job, period.
But you know what, though? That was the way, God originally designed for the men to be the providers and the protectors. And that's not even, and that's not taken away, and that's not taken away from what the woman's got to do, because, yeah, I agree. It is taking care of children. That is a job. But, I mean, a man, see, like I said, I'm old school. A man feels like a man when he's out there doing something worthwhile, bringing home the bacon. That's what makes men feel like men. And I come from, like I said, I'm not from this generation. I know I'm gonna keep repeating myself, but when I see these new dudes out here, these cats out here, it's like I almost feel sorry for this generation because they got it all warped, and then they listen to the music saying that my woman take care of me and all that, and I'm like, you feel so proud about that, huh? I mean, of course, that's all it's in music. Because I guarantee a lot of these dudes ain't doing that in real life.
Exactly.
And by the fact that I just said that, this is just another notch to my belt of me being called a simp. I know probably by the end of it all, I'm gonna probably be the most hated male by the Woman Haters Club of America. The he-men, but I don't care. So I mean, I let it be known that's how I feel. I'm the real Aaron Collins. You got a problem with it? I'm not a hard man to find,
But it's so crazy because put it like this, when we were growing up as kids, I remember the first thing that they did with us girls, they gave us a baby doll. And when they gave us the baby doll, that taught us, 1, to be mothers, 2, to take care of the kids, 3, you know what I'm saying, that you are defined by your husband. And that is where our parents went wrong. Because then, after they taught us all this stuff as little girls, then they get us to teenage years and tell us, oh, you don't need no man for nothing. You need to do this and you need to do that and you need to have your own car. You need to have your own job. You need to have this. You need to. Don't depend on a man for nothing. But my thing is this: when y'all was hurting, when our grandparents were hurting because they took their men from them, they took their sons from them. Now they made us feel like we didn't need men. Because we didn't have in the house. And that was wrong. That was like the worst thing they could have did was teach us that we did not need a man for anything other than sex.
And that is the biggest trick they definitely played on the black community.
Exactly. And so I saw the stuff that went on with my mom and my sisters and all of them. And I sat back and I said, that's not going to be me. I don't want that as my life. My sisters, one had a baby at 14, one had a baby at 18, and neither of the fathers was there.
Did you say 14? Did you say 14? Now, see, she was a baby herself.
Exactly.
14. Now, whoever slept with her, he ought to be ashamed of himself. And in fact, they ought to find him. And no, I ain't gonna say that. Because
my sister is older than me, so that's why I'm telling this story because she's older than me. But the whole thing was their fathers weren't there, and I sat and I watched one of my sisters. Her daughter's father was in the military, and he tried to be there. He tried. I remember one day we were sitting on the porch and he had came home. Well, he had came here because he lived in Virginia, but he had came here and he was trying to see his daughter. And my mother and my sister blocked him from coming to see his daughter. And so it got to the point. It got to the point.
Mother and father blocked him.
My mom and my sister blocked him from seeing his daughter. So it got to the point where he stopped trying to come. He just would send stuff. He would send money. He would send gifts. He would send. This was his oldest child. So then, when he got married, my sister wants to call his captain. Tell him he's not doing this, he's not doing that, he don't see his child, And so when my niece got old enough, I told her, I said, listen, I said, if he reached out to you, give him a chance. I said, because it wasn't all his fault that he was not there. I said, your grandmother and your mother played a very, very big part in him not being able to. So I need you to do what you can as an adult now to have a relationship with your father. She said, okay, Aunt Kim. So I said, okay, no problem. I said, let me know how it goes. He ends up buying my niece a brand new car.
Yeah. And what did your sister, in the meantime, what did your sister and mom think about you for revealing the truth?
Oh, I'm always the scapegoat in my family. I am. Right. I'm almost the scapegoat. If something goes wrong and I'm not around, everybody blames everything on me. It was her fault. She said it. She told. She this. She that. And it's not even.
They say you snitched on them, huh?
Yeah, because there was two incidents recently that happened, and one was my cousin was having an issue with her husband. I was doing something totally different, wasn't even thinking about Facebook, no nothing. I get a call from my mom, and she says, have you been on Facebook? And I said, no, because I'm on Ancestry.com and I'm doing something right now, and Facebook is not in my thoughts right now. I'm looking at this stuff that I'm trying to collect. You know what I'm saying? The information that I'm trying to collect. She tells me, get on Facebook and tell me what these kids talking about. They're calling me from down south. So I said, okay, Mom, hold on. So I get on Facebook to try and figure out what she's talking about. So then I go to my cousin page, the person that she was talking about. I go to her page, and I'm like, okay, well, this is what I'm seeing here, and it looks like a couple hundred posts, and from what I'm understanding, it looks like she's saying that her husband may be cheating, or I don't know. So I tell my mom that. Next thing you know, something else happens. This time it's with my niece. She puts a new picture up on Facebook. I hadn't been on Facebook. Wasn't even thinking about getting on Facebook that day. I get a phone call. Yo, you need to get on Facebook. Like, serious. I get on Facebook. What's the first thing pop up? This picture of her nude on Facebook. Out. My best friend's grandmother, like me and her had just ran into each other. She told me, Grandma's dying. Like, she's not gonna be here much longer. You know what I'm saying? I broke down right then and there about that. And then I come home and I'm getting these phone calls telling me to get on Facebook. I get on Facebook and I see this. I'm like totally distraught. But nobody thought, like, why would she flip out the way she flipped out? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So I called to talk to my brother, because this was his daughter. And his wife sends me a message like a month later talking about if my niece cuts me out, she got every right and all of this stuff because she ain't in your business and da 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 da. And I said, what is she talking about? So then finally I get a chance to sit down and talk to her. And she says to me, oh, everybody blamed everything on you. The same thing they did with the other situation. And I said, excuse me? I said, first of all, I said, I wasn't even on Facebook. I said the first conversation, I was on Ancestry.com collecting information about our family. That's what I was doing when I got a phone call. That's what I was doing. I don't know about nobody else. I can't pinpoint nobody else, but everybody always putting the blame on Kim because Kim's not around. So when I'm not around, I already know that it comes back to Kim said. She said it was her fault. She said she did. You know what I'm saying? So now it doesn't even excuse me, but I'm to the point like now, like I said, it's where you draw the line. You gotta have boundaries with everything, including family, because especially if you're married or you're getting married, when it comes down to that boundary between you and your husband, chop the head off that love. Because if you don't, it's going to cause so many problems in their relationship. It will not last. Because as soon as you tell your family, he did this, he said that, the first thing going to happen, you going to forgive him, but they not.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem when people put family in their relationship.
It's her, but your sisters may not.
Right. That's what happens when you put your family in your relationship. That's not a good combination.
Exactly. And then let's go back to this raising of children. With the boys, they told the boys, oh, let a girl have sex. You little slut, you little bitch, you little. And you sitting there looking at them like it only happened once. But let a boy have sex. Oh, that's my boy. Did you give it to her strong? Men are so proud of that. But when it comes to your daughter, you feel as though nobody can touch her. And that's not right. That's a double standard. That means that your son can go out here and do whatever he wants. And you want to support him. But then your daughter go out there and try and do the same thing. She everything but a child of God, including yours.
Yeah, you're right. That is a double standard.
But then they fail to realize that these men, the father, if the father is not there, or if they don't have a man in their life to teach them, the girls, if they don't have a man to teach them what love really is, number one. Number two, how a man is supposed to treat them as a woman, or as a young lady, or as a female, period. And if you are beating and treating a mom, how can you sit there and tell him how to treat a woman if you don't even treat his mother right?
That's right.
So it's a whole lot of stuff that our parents got wrong too, because of what they saw their parents go through. But now it's time for the ones that know better to teach these kids better. And if we don't start teaching our kids better, we are not going to have a next generation because they're killing each other. Did you hear about the guy getting killed over the chicken sandwich from Popeye?
And I read up about it. They had to do something in line, but there's still that for him to get killed like that. He got stabbed. And it's like the level of human depravity is heightened to levels.
That's sacrifice. That's not. I think that was another way to get at us. I really do. I think that was another way to get at us. Because if you think about it, we actually outnumber white people, believe it or not. Okay. Part of the reason why they signed the bill in Alabama and Georgia is because they found out that white women were getting abortions more frequently than Black and Latino women. So that's
that's why they really signed that bill, because they wanted to keep white women from being able to get abortions, not black women or Latinos, or not anyone. You know what I'm saying? It was more about them preserving them. Right. Yeah. Opposed to preserving life, period. Now, and at the time, it was an 11-year-old who got raped. Right before they signed that bill, it was an 11-year-old who got raped. She was pregnant. And her mom, of course, did not want her to go through the trauma of having to look at this child and see that child was the product of rape. You know what I'm saying? So the mother wanted to, of course, abort the child because this was her baby. She's 11 years old. She didn't ask to be raped, and I doubt if this. I'm almost certain that this person was this child. I don't know why, but I feel like that the person who raped her knew her. Was the child white? Huh? Was the child white? I don't think so. Oh. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. But the whole point of the matter is she was 11. And how can you, if her mom is willing to make the choice that I don't want my child tainted by this experience, who are you to tell her that she was wrong? Right. I see what you mean. And I get it that, oh, I'm sorry. No, I mean, me personally, I don't believe in abortion. But I feel as though if it's a case of rape, how can you torture somebody? First of all, that's how serial killers are made. I don't care what nobody say. Because if a woman gets pregnant after being raped, could you imagine the anger she must feel on the inside? The hatred that has for that person that raped her, and now you gotta carry that person, the person that you hate, you gotta carry that baby, and you gotta carry that baby under all that anger and all that hatred. I look at it from this perspective too, that true enough, it's not the child's fault. But right. You're also looking at something like the baby that woman is carrying could be something potentially that God could use to better the world. Because there's actually ministers and stuff that are alive today, and some of them were conceived out of rape. And right. Like that child in that woman's belly could be is like a healer, is a future prophet or an evangelist or someone powerful. Because see, God looks at that. God sees everything. Trust me, He sees what's going on. And God says, "Look, watch this. I'm gonna turn what was meant for evil to good. That child that you're carrying, this child is I'm gonna anoint this child. See, those are the ones, the riffraff, the so-called the rejects of society. Those are the very ones that God wants. God's like, no, those are the ones that I want. The ones that society rejected, those are the ones I want to use. Right. But a lot of people, but see, this is the thing. If you ever notice, like, it's some people out here in the world. Like, I used to watch TLC. I think it's TLC, which is like the channel that they have pregnancy shows on, and people going through their pregnancies and stuff like that. Oh yeah, the people network. Yeah, I know you're talking about here. Right. And I've seen a couple were raped, and the way that this woman talked about having her baby, I said, God had to touch her. He had to, because I know of people who have been raped and they have hatred in their heart to this day, even though they didn't get pregnant behind the rape, but they were raped nonetheless, and it still to this day haunts them. And so when I saw this woman, and she was like, my baby was like a gift from God, or whatever the case might be. And
And I sat there and I said, this lady, I said, God must have anointed her and healed her heart instantly. Because I would think if it were me, I would hate that person's guts, and I probably would even try and kill that person. Allegedly. But I'm just saying, like, I would think with the mindset of, you know, when you think about things like that, you think like, if somebody was to do that to me, what would I do? How would I react? You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of big things that you can look at and say, how, like the baby cupcake. She was kidnapped from a birthday party, a kid's birthday party.
I remember cupcake. Sorry, I don't know. When I read that story about cupcake, that broke my heart when I read about little cupcake.
Exactly. Her, the other little baby that was this year, there was a couple of them. But the whole point of the matter is, like, what can you do with a 3-year-old?
Yeah. You gotta be addicted, please. That's a demonically influenced individual.
You got to be, you really have to be someone different to do stuff to a 3-year-old.
You know what? I believe that.
But talk junk and eat and go to the bathroom. That's all they can do.
And you know what? I believe this is what God did. I'm like, okay, if you're gonna do this to him, I put you out here to be a steward over my seed. So I'm gonna take my child back because you don't know what to do with this child. So I'm taking my child back into glory with me.
Right.
And I bet the parents are they crying now and stuff like that. No, and maybe it's not the parents' fault.
The parents had nothing to do with Cupcake. Her parents had nothing to do with that. She was kidnapped from a birthday party.
Yeah, I think so. It was somebody that they knew also. And I think the woman was involved also.
Right. It was
a woman that the parents might have known.
Right, but her mother and her father had nothing to do with it. But it was somebody that they probably knew, not knew, like know personally type knew, but seen before. And that's just like, all I could think was like, what could you do with a 3-year-old? Like their body is not developed. It's nothing that 3-year-old can do that's gonna help you as a grown adult.
I agree. Their minds not developed either. I totally agree with you.
So why touch a child? I just don't understand or get that mindset of a person. And like when I think about my girls, I would have had 2 daughters, but I lost them both. But I think about them when I see stuff like that. Thank you. I think about them and I say, I already knew, I ain't gonna tell you no lie, when I seen it about her, I said, see, God knew what he was doing with me. Because he didn't want me to spend my life in jail.
And the fact that you talk about it is very therapeutic. And this is part of your deliverance. This is part of your healing right here. You're just talking about this. And somebody, whether they be in the chat or in the bushes, somebody's listening to this right now, whether they play the playback or watching the live right now, somebody gonna get a breakthrough.
Right. And I said, God knew what he was doing when he took my girls. Because he knew that I was crazy. He knew the way I feel about kids, he knew that I probably would be either in jail or dead.
Right. I remember you said earlier. That God's got a sense of humor. I agree, but God is also a God of strategy. He's very strategic, and like you said, he knew what he was doing with you. And that's why he didn't allow you to act out, because he does know what he's doing. God's very strategic.
And I think about it all the time. Like I have pictures of my daughters, and I look at their pictures, and I be like, dang, I don't want baby. She would have been shapely like this, and this, that, and other. And I sit and I watch some of the guys out outside. And I said, see, that's why God took my girls, because he knew I was crazy. And I would have hurt one of these. Like, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. When my nieces come to my house, I go outside on the porch because I know somebody gonna say something, or they gonna try and they can attempt to say something. And my nieces all got booties and breasts and TV and big girls and all of that good stuff. So when they come over here, the first thing I do is I'll be right out and I'll go on the porch and then I'll come in with them. Because I feel like this. First of all, y'all know who I am. That's number one. Y'all know who I am. Y'all know I'm crazy. Y'all know I will flip out on anybody who messes with my girls. Those are my girls. So when it comes to them, if I'm crazy about my nieces, could you imagine my daughter? Right? It's like my niece said to me the other night, she said, Aunt Kim, she said, why are you so overprotective? I said, because if I can help you stray away from being hurt, that's what I'm going to do. That's my job as an aunt, as your friend, or whatever you want to call me. But if I can keep you from going down a road that I've already been down, I'm going to tell you all the ins and outs. And if you choose to still walk down the aisle, I'm going to go there with you. And when it's time to come back, we're going to come back together. But I'm not going to let you do it by yourself, especially if it's something that I have already experienced. So if I got to protect you from yourself, that's what I'm going to do. If I got to hurt your feelings to protect you from yourself, that's what I'm going to do.
And yourself is basically your worst enemy anyway. Yourself, someone broke down the word enemy. It's like the inner me.
Yeah. That's just like
Hello, who's calling? Who's calling, show? Who's calling, show? I'm calling into the show. Who's calling, show? Who's calling, show? This calling, show?
Nicole.
Where is she? Who is that?
I know that voice.
Oh, that's Nicole.
What y'all talking about?
We just about life in general and the way the world is and how we need to be better at making a difference in it. Because you know what? One thing I look at that the world is getting evil. The days are getting very dark. But I look at it also in a positive for the simple fact it gives us believers something to do other than sit around judging folks all day.
Exactly.
Now we got a reason to get out and go pray. Not that we didn't have one before, but now we really do. So you say you're looking for something to do, you want something to do, you want the Lord to give you more to do, okay, well, here's something to do. So pray for this neighborhood over here that's constantly getting shot up. So pray for these unarmed black people out here getting murdered by the police and stuff like that. Pray for these nations out here who are facing oppression. Hey, you got something to do.
You know what I was talking about, Aaron, my brother? Hey, what's up? For anybody that comes in that is listening to the Bush people, you're listening to Nicole Reloaded. We loaded up with another video. Make sure that you like, share, subscribe, and all that good stuff. You have my brother, Aaron Collins, the real Aaron Collins, and you have my sis Kim on here, awesome moderator. We have number one SP. Make sure that you thumbs up this video so God can bless me and you too. Guess what? You know what I've been worried about, y'all? Who got what? What y'all say? What?
The way you just said that, you got that commercial radio voice. That's professional, beautiful. God will bless you and he can bless me. I just love the way you said that.
You know what? But you know what? I got a little dragged about that, about saying that I shouldn't say that it was inappropriate. I'm saying what I just said. Go ahead and go ahead and how did I say it? Go ahead and thumbs up this video so God can bless me and you too.
that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it when people be dropping their cash apps and they GoFundMe's and all kinds of stuff on their videos? So what is that? But it's appropriate for them to be dragging children, though, right? It's appropriate to be talking about doxing folks and talking about pulling up on folks. Oh, that's appropriate. No one says nothing about that, though. But we bring God into the mix. We do what folks need to be doing on these so-called Jewish people. But that's inappropriate.
They didn't mean it. They didn't mean it. Now listen. Now they didn't mean it. They didn't mean it in a negative way. It's just that people are so sensitive, and they didn't want people to feel saying. Hold on, Kim. Let me tell you what their response was, Kim. Hold on, babe. What their response was is you don't want somebody to feel if they don't thumbs up, they're not going to be blessed. Because God blesses regardless.
That is way too much pressure. We obviously didn't mean it like that. They're analyzing too much into this. We obviously didn't mean that. I know you obviously didn't mean that.
Of course. No, I didn't. No, of course I didn't. No, I was just trying to find a new way of saying, how people got, thumbs up, mother, thumbs this, hit this, smash it. So I came up with my own way. So thumbs up this video so God can bless me and you too. Hallelujah. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. So I didn't hear what y'all was talking about. SP, you gonna come on in? It looked like we ain't got nobody because it shows inactive when we get on the phone. It really don't show. It's like it's 0 people in the chat. Don't let YouTube lie to you, daughter. Okay. And let me also say this, a little messy side thing. Close your ears, Kim. Ain't nobody copying Jay Wilson. I have 4 daughters. I've been saying daughter for a long time. Let me just clarify that. But go ahead, y'all. She said, the shade is real. I just play. So, what was y'all talking about? Because I got cut off and all kinds of stuff.
Well, we were talking about so many different things. One of the things we were talking about was little Cupcake in Alabama. You remember Baby Cupcake?
Oh, you talking about the
snatched from the birthday party and murdered?
No.
About a month ago.
Y'all know my internet was turned off. Why y'all shading me like that? Y'all know I didn't see that.
That thing was all over Facebook, YouTube.
Girl, my internet, my cable and internet was turned off. I ain't see that. I ain't hear about no Cupcake.
Yeah, it was a 3-year-old who got snatched from her birthday party.
Are you serious?
They killed her.
And who snatched the baby from?
A very demonically influenced individual. A man and a woman killed her.
Is that what? Wait. Is that what those 2 Caucasian? Were they white people?
No, they were black.
Okay.
Baby Cupcake was black.
Oh Lord. Well, let's leave that for another video, y'all. I'm too sensitive. I don't want to talk about that. I'm glad I didn't hear that.
I'm with you. I understand.
No. We gotta protect, but it takes about, look, I know y'all push this out for me. SP knows too. You know what I'm saying? I'm about unification and not separation. We need to unify. Be a blessing and not a curse. Okay? Shoot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And if you show up to the cookout, shit, bring your purse. I'm just saying, not because I want something out of it. It's just because you need to have your driver's license and your medication. Just don't ask me to fill it up. Yeah. You show up if you show up to the picnic, to the cookout with your own purse, if I see it's old, I'm gonna give you a new one. I don't know if y'all catching where I'm going with that though.
Well, the fact that I'm a man, I think this is a woman's conversation.
No, it's more like it's more of a it's an analogy, Aaron. It's an analogy. You know what I'm saying? Show up so I can put some in your purse. A woman, my mama said a woman that carries a purse, you know what I'm saying? It's a woman that, you know, she got class about herself. She's prepared because you're supposed to have the things that you need in your purse. You know what I'm saying? That's why they got videos about what's in your purse. And they go viral. What's in your bag? Mm-hmm. So if you show up with your bag and I show up with my bag, then shoot, we mess around and can make a tent. We might be able to survive. I don't know what people gonna do when their internet get turned off.
When they gonna probably go crazy, right? If that's their life, some of them they go, oh Lord, oh.
What they gonna do? What they gonna do? What they gonna do? What they gonna do? Now, like I said, thumbs up this video so God can bless me and you too. So, what we were talking about earlier for y'all that's listening in the bushes, we were talking about the new HIV, the new strain of HIV. We had No Salt VP. We had Shelly S_ Hudson. She came on. I love Shelly. Shelly be showing her sister love, man. That's my girl. We got number one SP. Y'all need to make sure you subscribe to him, and as well as my brother Aaron Collins. He trying to teach y'all. Each one teach one. And Kim, Kim belongs to me. Y'all can't have her information. She's my secret weapon. Where you at, Kim?
I'm here. Y'all can have her.
No, you can't try to give her no mod stick. You can't. No. Mm-mm. Mm. She can watch your channel, but you can't have her. No.
That's funny.
I will file legal documentation. Look at it. Okay.
But yeah, we were talking about, how girls are brought up and how boys were brought up and how there's a double standard.
What you eating?
Lighting me a cigarette.
Oh, you ain't supposed to be smoking anyway. You said you was gonna quit.
Yes, I am. I'm good. He did not give me none of the problems that you said I was going to have.
That's because you didn't suck too hard. You was cautious about hitting it the way you hitting it now.
Hey, Nicole, did you say you recently got some braid?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I ain't had my hair braided. I'm thinking about shaving my head, actually shaving my hair off.
Why?
I don't know. You know, when women going through something real crazy and they want to start over, I'm thinking, I don't know what I want to do with it. I'm thinking about either putting and y'all thought I was joking when I said the Jerry curl thing, right? Okay. So I'm either going to do the locks, the extension, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, the love locks, or I'm thinking about, I don't know, I'm leaning towards actually cutting it off.
Okay.
Why? What's wrong with that?
It don't end up looking like Tamar.
Damn.
Tamar,
no, okay. No, well, I'm going to cut my hair regardless. So that's already been decided.
Like a Muppet.
Me and my I don't look like a Muppet, though. She do.
A Muppet. Remember the Muppet?
Yeah, she do. But I don't look like a Muppet.
She looks like one of the Muppets.
Lord Jesus. The shade. We are trying to help people with HIV, not the Muppets.
Girl, they had so many memes, it was so funny.
Girl, shut the front door. You know she don't look like no Muppet. She don't look like no Muppet. Y'all hating.
Muppet that actually had HIV or something, didn't they?
I don't know.
I think they did.
Y'all foul.
Oh, seriously?
No, we talking about the truth.
Y'all hate y'all. Why y'all hating? She don't look like Miss Piggy.
Nicole, actually, Sesame Street, they have been trying to be more socially conscious, to be more woke and stuff.
What channel?
Tackle those types of subjects and those types of topics. See, back when we was growing up, they couldn't tackle that.
Oh, they out of line for this.
But now they're trying to do that. They're trying to handle that stuff now. Because of the day and age we're living in, they're trying to be more relevant to the times.
Really?
I don't think if Jay Winston was alive, I don't think he would necessarily approve of it, but at all. Set up, Kim.
She y'all know. Y'all know I'm lost. Lost.
It's like, okay, if you think about it.
Okay, so you said that Tamar.
First, let's talk about this HIV and AIDS.
But you said no. Hold on. Why you think Tamar looked like a Muppet? Do you think? Look at the screen.
Oh, I didn't know she's coming here. I like you on here, Nicole, if there's any consolation.
A couple months after her operation, and she started filing with.
That's wrong. She don't look like no Muppet.
Yeah. She cut all her hair off to look like a Muppet.
So you saying so? But sis, I'm just saying if okay. So if I cut.
With the blonde hair.
I'm not gonna color my hair blonde. I just number one SP. I'm gonna cut my. I'm thinking about not going bald. Not as no, probably as low as hers. I just want to cut it off so I can start back again. I think it would be easier.
I will say that a lot of women who cut their hair that short, they is like liberating, freeing, or whatever. I just never had that notion.
I've cut my hair off like that before.
Woman's hair is actually her glory.
Exactly, and that's one thing that my brother always used to say to me because my hair was like super duper long. It was almost down to my butt. And I got my first haircut when I was in high school. And when I got my hair cut, he cut the other side of my hair. I ain't gonna tell you no lie, it was crazy. I was in school for hair, and I went to a hair show, the Warner Brothers hair show in New York. And I was like, I think I'm gonna put a perm in my hair and cut my hair. And so of course I let one of the stylists that was there do it. And I had got the bob, like when the bob first came out, the bob wrap, and it was sharp as anything. I had got it perm, cut, and colored. And I came home and my mom loved it and everybody else loved it. And when my brother seen it, he had a whole fit. Because he was like, didn't I tell you not to cut your hair? Because your hair is your glory and this, that, and the other. And I cut my hair once. After that, like I didn't really cut it. I just shaved kind of like the back of it, some of it. And boy, oh boy. Like he cussed me out because I cut my hair. And I've never cut my hair.
Is it like a mohawk that like Tisha Campbell has?
I don't want to do no. I don't want to do no mohawk now. No, I was just thinking. Anyway, I'm gonna cut it. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I need to figure it out quick.
Just don't pop up looking like a Muppet or Chucky, okay?
I already got a fat face like a baby doll. That ain't.
Yeah, you gotta keep that little chubby face. I want to reach to the.
Yo, shut you, Aaron.
Nicole, I don't lie.
Get like a shortcut. I don't think you should cut it all off, but I think you would do well with a shortcut.
I don't know. I'm thinking about going Jerry curl. You need to fly down there and help me put the rollers in. I'm serious.
I think you would go with a shortcut, but not that.
No, not short like that. I got a vision in my head. And it would be really cute.
We also
I just need somebody to cut it for me.
Are you in California also?
No, I'm in Jersey.
Oh, wow, you on the other side of the country. Okay.
Yep, I'm in Jersey.
In Jersey, okay. Yeah, I'm in SoCal myself. I'm originally from Chicago, but you know, I live in SoCal.
Okay.
Yeah, brother is closer to me.
Are you down there by this big store too?
Actually, from where I live, I could actually take take a bus ride and be right in front of the store. So yeah, I can actually be right at the corner, one single bus ride from where I'm at, and be right at the corner of Crenshaw and Slauson.
Oh wow! I want to come out there and take some pictures in front of a mural.
Yeah, thank you to him. Actually, Nicole will tell you, I did a live stream in front of where the funeral procession was and on Crenshaw Boulevard and stuff. Just getting into the neighborhood with the people.
Yep, he sure did. I was so worried about him.
That was just so messed up what they did to him. I was so heartbroken because I was like, here you got a young man, first of all, a young black man, that's trying to right by his community. A community that he actually said he loved. He was trying to make it better for the people that he dealt with in his lifetime to give them jobs when they can't get jobs and stuff like that, and how he bought the whole plaza and how he talks about ownership and all of that stuff. And he was teaching people how to make money. He was telling them,
girl, you drink like your mama.
This is how you need to move. This is what you need to do to make it work. And then you take him? Why? Because he didn't want to pay you?
Bottom line, basically, you know what? One thing I learned that when you get money, you really do actually have to get out of the hood. And when you get money, because you're not going to be received the same type of way. And unfortunately, it's the people that you try to help the most. Those are the ones that turn out to be your downfall.
Absolutely. And that's just like it was a guy in Florida who hit the lottery. And they broke into his mom's house and killed everybody in the house, including him, because he wouldn't give up the money. But the money wasn't at the house; it was in the bank.
You talking about the dude with? Oh, and also too, I'm thinking about getting dreads too, y'all. Dreading my hair up.
All right. Okay. Just keep the small ones. Them big bulky ones. Keep the nice little.
No, I don't want no bulk. No, I don't want no bulky ones. Like nice and skinny. Yeah, I want the sister locks.
Sister locks, yeah. I think you look good with some nice sister locks.
Yeah, you probably would. I think you'll rock them well.
Why you
but you rock braids well, so you good.
Yeah. You gave me earlier, Nicole.
What you say, brother?
I said, I saw you on Instagram. I just wanted to reach through there to your picture and get right up,
Oh, boy, yeah, okay. Don't, when we meet in person, if you do that, we'll punch you in your face. Don't grab my face like that. Because people be wanting to do that. They be like, oh, you so cute. No, I'm not squishy. Don't do that. They be like, oh, you soft. I'm not a human push cushion. No, but oh, thank you, Aaron. A lot of people say that. They say I look squishy, all soft and stuff.
Well, I say squishy, but my face.
Not my face. That, you know, grab my ass.
They were so chubby. Used to
bite your feet.
My sister, yeah.
What, used to bite your feet?
My cheek, my face.
Oh, bite your cheeks. Oh, okay. I thought you said someone used to bite your feet. I'm like, what the?
If you don't bring your ass on here, SP.
I feel like, what, you trying to stop me from walking ever again? I'm like, dang.
SP said, SP, won't you come on here? See, that could be another video, what I should do about my hair. He said, I can't read that. It's defined by how much hair you have and how much hair you lack. Whether your hair is curly, my hair is, I have a 4C. is very, very coarse. And the medicine that I take, it makes it really dry and it's hard to deal with it. I don't got time for all that. I just want to cut it off. So I don't walk around my hair wrapped all the time. I'd rather just have it, you know what I'm saying? I got a pretty, I used to have a pretty face, but.
I still think you're cute. You?
I might. But anywho, daughters, sons, fathers, wives, and husbands. Okay? You said I got a radio voice? Not right now. It's like,
Yeah, the way you did that, the way you write the alphabet, that sounded like you doing a radio spot. That sounded very professional.
I used to be a caller. I used to be a caller on 88.1.
Yeah, so you sound like you sound like the announcer, like in between a lot of those gospel radio programs. You sound like the type of announcer that will come on in between them and after the main message.
Oh Lord. This is NicoleReloaded.
NicoleReloaded, and you have just got through listening to the real Aaron Collins and Sister Kim on WYPOU and your YouTube dial.
You're supposed to say, hey, this is Nicole Reloaded, and you're listening to the Aaron Collins, and you also have beautiful Kim on the line. Make sure that's my sexy voice, but I'm raspy right now, so make sure that you thumbs up this. Make sure that you thumbs up this video. SP, hit that link, okay? Hit the link. Bend over and touch your toes to the wall. SP, come on live. Come on live. SP, come on live. Hey. Wiggle. Oh.
That's what you're doing today?
Y'all wasn't dancing with me?
Right.
We having a party. I'm the only one at the party. Damn. I was partying, y'all. Okay. Girl.
Make your comments, and I appreciate them.
Girl, ain't nobody got no comments. Who left a comment?
Putting comments.
Or the one that's showing.
SP supposed to be holding it down. I don't have my glasses on. I'm talking shit. I'm gonna be like the other YouTubers. I'm gonna put 75,000 commercials in here. They all gonna be about how women should not wear pads anymore. Wait, close your ears. Do you wear the new flexi thing? It's like a little. It looked like a condom that you put up in your vagina and it holds your blood.
The cup stand.
It's called what's it called?
It's a little cup. I think it's called like a diva cup or something like that.
That's probably the expensive one, but you put it up in your coochie. And it said you can have sex when with the thing up in you. You can. Did I see a black woman in the commercial?
Yeah.
Oh shit. No, shut up, girl. No.
Exactly.
No,
I'm gonna put it to you like
no.
The reason why.
So you telling me the commercial was so? But black women have sex on their periods.
We bleed every month. It's to prepare our body for birth. That's one. Not birthday. The second reason why we bleed every month is to clean our bodies out. and all the junk that's in our body. That's our body's mechanism to clean us out every month. Why would you want to do that?
Well, it's a cup, so you don't have to wear a sanitary napkin.
I get that, but at the same time, if you're just
I don't have to have that problem because I'm celibate.
But 9 times out of 10, the reason why they're using those cups is because they want to have sex.
But maybe a man can. But what if a man put it up his bum bum?
What?
Well, I was reading somewhere. I mean, it wasn't an educational site that a man could put it up his boom boom up. No, not his boom boom. His bum bum.
For what?
When he don't clean when he don't clean it out for the boo boo, he can put that up there.
No.
That's not true.
No. The visual of that is like on the thing right now. No. that was kind of disgusting.
This conversation just took a whole new turn.
The whole purpose of our body cleans itself out. That's what it's for.
Well, you know that they say that you know.
Disobey God.
But they should. I think it's sexist that they don't have one for men so they can put up in a bussy.
Right.
Aaron, shut up. Aaron get mad. You like, for what?
I've been quiet the whole time. I'll let you have it.
It does not matter if it's a man or a trans man or a trans woman.
I read an article. I read an article that stated that. Never mind. That's gonna be for another video because we ain't gonna mess this up. We'll talk about that, and we gonna have to have a meeting. No, we're gonna have to have a meeting because that's a very sensitive topic, and I do not want to offend anybody. So y'all don't shut. Behana Taiki, vámonos. Agamo. Be quiet. Don't say nothing else. Anyway. Welcome to Nicole Reloaded, and you're listening to Aaron Collins and my sister Kim. Number 1 SP, we're waiting. He has been invited to the chat. We're wondering why he hasn't brought his ass up on his chat.
See, even he said it sounds painful.
Well, it should be painful. Shouldn't nothing be going up his ass? You know I'm just SP. You know I'm just talking. You know I'm just talking shat.
You heard me tell her don't read that no more.
I was just joking. Don't leave me, baby. Where you going, SP? SP just trying to figure out how his black booty can't come up on here. Oh Lord. You know we'll talk about that in another video.
I like the man's man. Like when a guy is a gentleman and he can flow in any arena.
I like a man that can lick my vagina.
What?
What
you say?
Huh?
What did you say?
Huh?
Don't say. It's hard you can hear.
I'm sorry, my medication just hit, girl. I'm sorry.
The devil is a lie. What did you just say?
Huh?
Don't blame me on the medication.
No, it's the medication.
Don't blame me on the medication.
I ain't got Medicaid. What?
Nicole.
Huh?
Don't make me call out your whole name. Nicole.
Don't you do that. Don't do that.
What did you say?
Huh?
What did you say? If you can hear, you can hear.
I forgot what I said.
Yeah, all right.
I'm for real. What I say? I'm trying to read all of these comments you motherfuckers didn't leave when I left.
Blah, blah, blah.
What I say though?
I think that a man that can flow in any arena, that is what makes a man.
Oh, I know what I said. I said I need a man that can lick my pussy. Isn't that what I said?
So that old lady in the nursing home.
I mean, I'm sorry. No, I don't think. No, Look, because no, we was talking shit before. We was talking mess before I left, right? We was talking about relationships and what type of man I needed or something.
Who was saying it?
We was just having it in general conversation, weren't we?
Okay.
No, we didn't get to the other part that I wanted to talk about in regards to if you celibate. So if you celibate and the man is good with the mind and all of that, what if he ain't got no head game?
Then you gotta decide if that's something that you're willing to deal with.
Girl, that ain't fair.
You got that is fair.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking, sis. I'm not into all of that. I had a friend of mine said that I was very strange. I think I'm asexual. Let's look it up. I think I'm asexual. I don't
You know what asexual means, right?
No, I don't. But somebody Aaron, somebody told me that I was asexual, and I think that's what I am.
Get yourself pregnant without the use of a man. There's some certain animals that are asexual.
No, I'm not that. No.
So, yeah.
I don't have sex with animals.
A partner. That's what asexual means.
No, that's not what it means. Asexuality. Hold on. I don't fuck animals, and I got 2 dogs. Get off of here, Aaron. Now I'm mad at you. We not friends no more. That is not what the fucking definition means, Aaron. I don't have sex with dogs, okay? Or animals. No, I'm mad at Aaron. No, Aaron can't say nothing until Aaron can't say nothing until he cash at me. No. I'm gonna treat you. I'm gonna do you like no.
Actually, like insects and
No, it don't. The definition don't say that. How I mute him? I'm mad at him. I love. No, you know how people be take. Now it's gonna be NicoleReloaded. Like I knew the bitch she was celibate. Them dogs been licking her pussy. I told you. No, Aaron. No. No, that's not what it means, Aaron. Where are you reading that from? The Muslim Bible?
No, I actually read that in a science book. Asexual means
No, I'm talking about a human being.
It's a self-pregnancy, so to speak.
You might be trisexual.
No, I'm not trisexual. Shut up. Y'all, I fuck you guys. Y'all not my friends.
Asexual, yeah, that's what asexual is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not what it is. It don't say nothing about no damn animal.
He used that as an example.
Why would he use an animal? Well, you know what, he right, because my exes, one did look like a cow and the other one is a donkey.
Asexual means
and one did look like an orangutan, and you know they be liking the same orangutan pussy. No, that's not what it is. Aaron, you probably right, but I'm gonna read the definition, my brother. Okay. Asexuality is the lack of sexual attraction to others or low or absent interest in or desire for sexual activity. It may be considered I'm gonna hang up.
But that's still not true because you do have an attraction
No, you. Can I read the definition? You don't know. I'm very meticulous in what I'm attracted to. Very, very.
But you're still attracted to.
I haven't been attracted to a man, and I haven't been attracted to a man to where my pussy got wet in a long time. You don't know. I had sex because I wanted to have sex. It wasn't because of that. Just let me read it. Okay, I'm more dominant. So I had sex because I wanted. It was more of a dominant thing. It was more of a control issue. Get on your knees and beg for it type shit. No, it wasn't because I was attracted to you. It's because I could tell you.
Trying to be a dominatrix?
Well, that too. Hold on. Hello. lie. Okay, hey, what's up? This is your girl Nicole Reloaded. Okay, and they was trying to roast and drag me. You see what type of moderators I got? Y'all is not. We ain't. We love T.S. Madison, but look, we talking about We talking about asexual though. We back to that because now we off of mute. Okay. I actually heard T.S. Madison talk about asexuality before. Okay. So I'm gonna read the definition. Asexuality is the lack of sexual attraction to others or low or absent interest or desire for sexual activity. It may be considered a sexual orientation or the lack of therefore. It may also be categorized more widely to include a broader spectrum of asexual sub-identities. So there's also identities to it, right? Okay. Asexuality is a distance from abstinence from sexual activity, from celibacy, which are behaviorals in general motivated by factors such as a individual personal religious belief, sexual orientation. Unlike sexual behavior is believed to be enduring. Some asexual people engage, this is where I fall into. Some asexual people engage in sexual activity despite lacking sexual attraction or desire for sex due to a variety of reasons, such as a desire to pleasure themselves or romantic partners or to desire to have children. So I fall in, I desire to have kids. See, that's what I'm saying. I've been having this debate with people for a long time, and I didn't realize it until my sister Mona Simone. She was like, "Girl, you asexual." I was like, "I thought so, but."
Coming out the brain, Mona Simone?
Yes.
The Brain Nation?
Yes.
Yeah, first time I hit up Mona Simone's channel, I like this. She's my kind of people.
That's my sister. Happy belated birthday, sis. But I told her happy birthday though.
Yeah, when I saw you over there, I'm like, okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl.
Her like twice.
That is my girl. That is my girl. So, SP. So what did SP say, Kim? Okay, asexual person is a person who frequently pursues casual platonic relationships rather than casual sexual relationships, much less a courtship for marriage. Yes, that's what I am. I'm really.
It's like a person that's celibate. I said that.
Yeah, but you have to break it. You have to break it down, though, sis. You can't just say, "Oh, they celibate. Oh, they bisexual." It's more in depth to it.
I know that.
Because especially, I can't walk in and say, "Oh, well, I can. I can say whatever I want." But I walk in, I tell a man, "I have 4 kids. You celibate? You've been divorced, girl? Yeah, right. You know you like to fuck." That's what a man. That's what I've been told. And I've never liked to. I don't know. You're not gonna fuck me. No, I don't like that. I've never. No.
You said you have 4 girls, Nicole?
Yes, I do. And every girl I had, the less I wanted, the more asexual I became.
I think part of that is because you have girls.
No, I'm just.
Did you let me
finish? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, because I didn't want them to be a hoe like their mom.
Don't want them out there just giving it to anybody.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was part of it, but I've always been very, very picky about a man. Very, very picky. Hold on, y'all. Take over the chat real quick, okay? Put your Hey, 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 can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, just
Y'all should be able to hear me now. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? And they probably wondering what in the hell is that that's on the computer screen.
okay, it's back up. Yeah, we hear you.
All right, I'm sorry about that, SP. I keep sending him the link. Bring that ass over here, boy. Ooh, I got the hiccups.
She wants you on the live. She wants you on the live.
Who speak with such eloquence and inspiration?
Me?
I think I'm being scolded.
Aaron said, I think I'm being scolded.
I think Nicole glad, man.
No, I was jealous. I was jealous. I seen him creeping on other channels. I was like, oh, okay. All right. No, I was playing.
Well, how would you know that he's creeping in other channels if you wasn't creeping in other channels?
Well, I didn't pay attention until he gave them a super chat.
I gave who a super chat?
We ain't talking about that now.
What I do?
I'm not. That's your money. I can't.
Wait a minute. One SP. Come on in this room and let's chat it up.
What SP?
I'm showing. No, we had a really look. I'm just messing with you, baby. Don't get mad at me, love.
Okay.
This is me and S. No, this is me. This is me and SP when he came on. This was a really good conversation me and him had. But SP gonna make me come out. He wants to actually see me live.
But since you know when I come on the line, I bring the crowd. I bring the fire.
Oh Lord Jesus, I'm done. Kim, shut up.
I want to see you live too, Nicole. I didn't want to see you live.
I did go live. I went live on my other channel. Y'all should be subscribed to Nicole Reloaded, Nicole Reloaded Returns, and Nicole Reloaded _brain. I did go live. I did go live on there.
I think I'm subscribed. Yeah, I am subscribed to.
I went live where I sat up there for about I did 4 different videos. I was live. I showed myself. I sat there, showed my face expressions. I changed clothes and all of that.
Why you change clothes on live?
Because I was on there for so long, I just be getting irritated, girl. You know I got anxiety issues, girl. And it was hot and shit, and I was sitting in the garage, so.
Okay.
So when I'm, I don't have to show myself, so I can be here. I don't have to have no clothes on. That's why I need to get me a WGQ t-shirt, okay? So I need an extra. I need me a 3 extra large long, so I can come on live and don't have no clothes on under me.
Oh Lord.
I don't know about other people. It'd be hard going live, girl.
Are you saying that you're naked right now?
Yes.
That was an awkward moment.
What? That's why I don't be going live, because I don't have no clothes on.
That question came out very wrong. I'm making a complete fool of myself right now.
No, no. I mean, Shelly was naked too. She was sitting on her shower.
Arguing over ice cream.
Oh, the baby's arguing over ice cream.
Oh damn! Did I do something wrong with what was that you said?
Then put some oil on it. Here.
Did I say some keywords or something? I don't think so. Hey, I think Nicole.
Here.
Did I get you into trouble, Nicole?
Here, so I can moisturize it.
I don't think so.
It's not that serious, Cheyenne.
I didn't hear what Nicole said. I think you sound kind of far away from her.
Oh, she might have stepped away from the phone.
Cheyenne, you want attention. You don't have to call back. Just say hello.
Yeah, I don't know whether she be on the phone, on the laptop, or not, or the tablet, or.
Cheyenne, your dad's on.
That's funny. Oh man, this was a great conversation though.
Was it?
Oh, sure.
Oh.
He back to go.
Oh, he got the babies. Oh. Did you get them strawberries on top, SP?
Oh yeah, he said he got his kids.
Hi, Ray. How are you doing? Y'all show love to Ray.
Hi, Ray Carlson.
Did I get you in trouble, Nicole?
No, you didn't get. No.
Sometimes I feel like I open up my mouth. Sometimes I feel like I can open up my mouth and put my foot right in it.
I put my foot is always in my mouth.
You can take it out before you can stop it.
Kim cracking it up before you can stop it.
Oh Lord, Kim be roasting.
I love to laugh.
Your laugh is contagious. Thank you.
I ain't messing with.
Oh, Nicole, I got me a vape stick.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. We didn't discuss which one you was gonna get. Well, I did tell you. Which one did you get?
Marijuana one.
Girl, we really ain't gonna be monetized. Shut your ass up.
Well, I got some legal.
It don't matter. It's against YouTube rules.
Please, I be seeing people smoke weed on.
Oh, I know.
Well, YouTube do got these community.
They're being very strict. They're gonna, when that bot comes out,
people got videos of them smoking weed.
Oh Lord, girl, we do not advocate smoking marijuana, any drug use, or vaping, tobacco products, or anything. The only thing that they cool with is no, it don't. I'm telling you, but they won't be. And I keep trying to tell her, these people have sponsors, and these are channels that have not been caught by the bot. And she just won't believe me.
When you smoke weed all the time.
Oh Lord, I don't smoke weed.
I'm not saying you, I'm saying them.
Yeah, I know they
That's their channel.
Talk about, we having a conversation. I know they ain't gonna sit up there, and you got folks like Nature Boy out there. You know what he know what he all.
I know, but what I learned is that everybody's channel is decided by the bot differently. My channel don't allow cussing. It's because when I first started out with my channel, it was me and my dogs and my kids. It's still in their algorithm. It don't allow that. Other people can curse and do all kinds of stuff heavily. I can't. I can show you. You know what I'm saying? It won't monetize my stuff. I mean, I would like to have my 10 cents for my video. Girl, that ice cream loud as a mom. I don't know. I want to know what Tara is too.
Yeah, where is Tara? Tara usually in this room. And
They busy, girl.
And Harley Q.
Harley Q. Her channel's doing really good. And also they on my backup channel. I don't even think that Harley Q probably even get notifications. Or Rockwell. If they got notifications, they would be over here when they could.
Yeah, well, I ain't seen Rockwell in here in a minute though.
Yeah, my girl, she's Trish. I mean, that's homegirl right there.
Oh, Lord.
She used to be in here also, Nicole.
Huh? What you say, babe?
I said, she's Trish used to be in here too.
Shush Trish is always on.
Trish.
No, I'm saying she's somewhere.
Yeah. She coming up.
Do you know how long we've been on live?
A long time.
I'm gonna reboot it.
Okay.
I'm gonna reboot it.
If you reboot it, make it one of them.
Oh, do you see in the background? That's me and SP having a conversation. I'm gonna come on. I'm gonna show myself this weekend.
If you reboot it, right? If we start over,
Oh my goodness. Kim trying to kill people's ears. Chocolate. It's always Kim's fault. Ray said he ain't never been to no nightclub, sis. He said it's not for him, it's not his lifestyle. Now, what you guys are viewing in the background is that's me and SP chopping it up on NicoleReloaded, and we were talking about the girl with the HIV on her pelvis. It was a really good conversation too. It was a really good conversation. Cheyenne, do you have shoes on? No. You need to put them on.
No, I have a question for the guys. Because one time I was eating ice cream, and I had like 10 guys watching me eat my ice cream. So, is that an indicator for how well a woman is fed? Well, I never figured that there was a way to do it. I wouldn't know. I never watched a woman that intently eat ice cream. I really can't say.
If you let go,
SP, right?
I wouldn't let go. Hold on. You gotta be sure. Don't let go. I have to
That's true.
Put your socks on and your shoes. Put your backpack over there. Okay. He said, I never been to a nightclub. Oh, you ain't never been to a nightclub, Ray?
He said he prefer bookstores to people, crowded places people know. I don't drink or smoke either. Don't get drunk. Neither do I.
Look, that's why I love SP, because he always has an answer for something. And it's a real answer.
I don't drink on a regular basis, but I will have a drink.
Ew, what is that?
I think there's an ebb and flow of anything.
You turn this in, right?
There's some women out here who don't drink or smoke. And there's some women who out here who drink but don't smoke. And there's people out here who smoke who don't drink. So, I think it's an ebb and flow when you get into a relationship.
You turn it in.
I guess.
Don't do that to me. That's not funny.
Somebody is going to have some type of vice. That's what I feel.
You didn't turn that in? You're joking, right? You didn't? She didn't review it. All right. That's your fault. Anyway, y'all listening to your girl Nicole Reloaded, and we loaded up with another video. We've been on here longer than it took. Let me stop. I don't want to roast Jesus because I can't. Anyway, I'm gonna end this and I'm gonna restart a new one. If y'all better bring your back if you know what's good for you, because now we about to get nerdy and dirty. Okay, so I'm gonna reset it up. Give me about 15 minutes. And number one, SP. All the things that make me talk about sex. Let's talk about. Sing it again, girl. She ain't gonna sing it. Anyway, make sure that you thumbs up, like, share, subscribe, and do all that good stuff. All right? Be a blessing and not a curse. And make sure you bring your purse.
Bring your perm, you said?
Your purse.
Oh, your purse.